right, hello. Week 16. I've got Steve back. He's come back to the good side. I'm kidding. The shuffle made me sad. You guys popped over to the other side, and I knew I wasn't going to see you as much, but here I am, graced with your presence. And we cannot forget my coffee bro. Unfortunately, I'm already done, so I'll get another one later. But yeah, Kyle.
It's later here, so I've moved on.
Yeah, it's actually pretty warm here. It's supposed to be about 9 degrees. Oh, I think it's about 5-6 degrees today. So I'll probably switch over to something colder after. But yeah, week 16. This is actually a huge week for both sides. I'm going to bring up the matches. Actually, before I go on, how are you both doing?
Can't complain. It's not super cold out in BC. I like my daytime high of like 11 or 12 already, so we're good.
I feel that. Yeah.
Not quite that warm, but bright and sunny here, so all good.
Yeah. All right. So I'm going to start with the other side. We'll get it over with. Lots of big games happen on the Cargill division, which of course you can catch on the other stream. Trash Pandas, Rock and Rollers, Crushers, and the Pin Slayers. Pin Slayer, Trash Pandas. They have easy. They only have 3 teams playing. Wow. Okay. Anyway, some really big matches over there. You know, Trash Panda's been doing pretty good overall. Crushers need to get things going as well. I think they're both pretty close. Actually,
Crushers around 500. Rock and Rollers trying to stay at the top of the standings. Trash Pandas desperate for points.
Just under 500 though, not that far out. Like if they win their 2 games today, that would be really.
Yeah, if Trash Pandas grind a couple good ones today, they put themselves in a good position, and then just hope for the best at that point, because you still have some teams behind you like that have some games. So trying to get the jump when you can.
Yeah, and Rock and Rollers are trying to defend their lead. So, and then the Pin Slayers are down there. They've we've been kind of like what's happening on our side. They're only just starting their season. Even to a lesser degree than what we have going on, but
they've played better than their record. They've had lots of big games thrown against them.
Yep. Okay, now we come over to our side because the Dakota Dynamite and the Kingpins are finally getting some games in this season.
Yeah, finally get back to a couple in there. Kingpins having their 3 today, so they'll have 5 remaining after today. So.
4 actually.
4 after, yeah. So nice to finally get some games in together. And
they'll have more games played than the Bombers after today, because Bombers only have 1. So the Bombers have still a bunch of games left, and then Dynamite after today will have 6 left. So they will still be the team with the least amount of games played after today. But at least they get 2 more in.
Yep.
Yeah, and looking up top there, that's a lot of points to get to. So, everybody's got their work cut out for them. But with that many games left and the caliber team that they have, I see both of those teams being up in the top 5.
Yeah. And Storm Striker is looking to play Spoiler today. And this is actually just a huge day for the Maniacs. They had a really good week the other week there and brought themselves up above, into that mid 0.5 section. Currently 0.542. But 3 games left. They can really make a splash if they get another win today. So,
yeah.
Okay. Any games we're particularly excited about? I mean, if I look at Cargill, you have to be excited for Crushers, Rock and Rollers.
Yeah, Crushers, Rock and Rollers should be a good one. I'm also looking forward to see Dynamite and Bombers.
Yeah.
I think that one's going to be a good match. And even the Snowmen, and that's not me being a hometowner, but I the way that the Snowmen have been playing this year, I want to see them go up against the Kingpins, see what they can do.
Yeah,
and I actually
good. Huge games for the teams over there that are only playing 1 today. The Bombers, the Maniacs, and Snowmen, all a little above 500, but again, lots of great teams, the Dakota and Kingpins, with lots of games left, and Next Gen and Avalanche have kind of cemented themselves 1-2. So,
yeah, like you mentioned, big game for Snowmen here today too. Just again across that 0.5. We actually have a lot of teams hovering around the, that 0.5 mark on our side here, and then a couple of teams that have really taken the brunt of a lot of the negatives in the points areas, right? So, and then next gen being next gen, their stupid thing. Like they're doing great, okay. So
65 is just an insane number, and they still have 2 games left. Like,
well, when they've been throwing like they have, like what do you like? It's just amazing, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah. All right. Well, with that, let me show our beautiful faces again, and then take them away for the intro to the match. Hey guys.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. How you doing?
Good.
Yeah.
Yeah, looking forward to get started.
Yeah. You're gonna give Dynamite a run for their money.
Oh yeah, I mean, we want to end the season on a positive, strong note. So I mean, we're up for our last 2 games for sure.
Well, with the way you've been bowling, you're kind of setting the bar for the average pros there to chase you, right? So, no, I mean, let's be honest. Your last week with the 8-0, and then I think it was 5-3, if I remember correctly.
6-2 was the second one, I think. But
6-2, sorry, yep.
Yeah.
But taking the 10 points, right?
Yeah, it was good. Like I said, that 8-0 game, that was a big game for us. So.
Yeah. And Aaron, I know it's been a chunk since you've played. We were kind of talking about it outside of this, but how are you feeling, buddy?
Yeah, we feel good. Like I said it before in different interviews. Like, love the team, love the format. We love to play, and we're going to get to play in the next 5 weeks. We have 8 games, so it's kind of an interesting thing. Last year, it was the reverse. We played a whole bunch of games first, and then we had a long stretch in between. But as always, just happy to be here. And don't get us wrong. We know everyone on the Strikers. We don't take anybody lightly.
No.
Played against you last year at Nationals, so great players over there, and we just like to come and compete. And so nowhere else we'd rather be.
Perfect. All right. You know what? I think Steve, Kyle, and I talk a whole bunch at the beginning, making you two wait for this. So how about we get to the lineups and get to some bowling? I think Dynamite, your lineup first.
All right. So we got Chad, Randy, Jana, me, Scott, and then we have Tyler and TD on the bench.
No, we're on your side, Steve.
Yeah, so we got Brittany, Andrew Dunn, Junior, Ray, myself, and we got Aaron and Woodsy on the bench.
Okay, perfect. So you ready to bowl? Is everybody good?
Good to go.
Gotcha.
All right, let's get to it.
play well, guys.
Good luck. Have a good game.
Good luck.
You too, bye.
All right, so we'll start with the Storm Strikers here. Yeah, I'll do it. Why not? Brittany Whitten, Aaron Morey, Ray Dunphy, Stephen Brown, Stephen Woods, Dave Hahn, Andrew Dunn, Chris Harris, manager Andrea Harris, who's out today, and that's why we've seen in the interview, bowling out of Plaza Bowl. And Kyle, your time to shine.
Yeah. And then playing against Dakota Dynamite, we got Tyler Van Dale, Chad Van Dale, Jana Van Willingham, Randy Morissette, Scott Barber, Aaron Elblast, T.D. Holland, and Rob Shannis with manager Jimmy, who's clearly not there today, playing out of Dakota.
And here we are, ready to go.
Yeah, good to see a nice long day ahead of us with some good bowling, hopefully. Brush it off with Keener's super shiny white legs.
Yeah.
Look at that. Come on. Am I on the wrong side?
No, that's the right lane.
No,
It's
coming.
Yeah.
Okay. It's coming.
So
Hopefully this is it. They obviously had to reset the scoring. That's why he ran back there.
Oh, okay. All right. So, yeah, thank you again for joining me. 5 hours of bowling today. I am sure it will not feel like 5 hours with you amazing gentlemen here with me today.
careful. Don't set the bar too high.
Don't set the bar too high. What are you talking about?
So kind of interesting. The Storm Strikers will be playing. I know as we mentioned, the Rock and Rollers also playing, and then both teams one game and then 2 games off. So both teams playing games 1 and 4 today.
Yeah.
So it probably adds a little bit of atmosphere. I think it should help. Obviously, we have a number of teams or a number of centers with more than one team. I think it should help the atmosphere when you're playing with another team playing at the same time.
Right.
Yeah, that's always a positive too when you're going and having both teams playing at the same time in the same center. Like I know, like last season when it was Snowmen and Avalanche playing at the same time, it just gave a totally different atmosphere. Like it was more like you were in an event. Made it a lot easier. You weren't as nervous about throwing your shot because there was at least some background noise going on. And it was good.
Yeah, I mean we're used to it now with the Mayhem playing at Nebs, but it's kind of funny sometimes when you're surrounded just by open play and birthday parties, and you're running out big shots and making noise, and people are looking like, what's going on over there?
Oh yeah, like when I don't think it was when we played you guys, but like there's been a couple of matches that we've had this year on the Eclipse where like it's just us in there and you could hear crickets. It was just very quiet. I'm just not used to that. But
yeah. I've never been to. I've always wanted to go to like watch the Kingpins live, for example, and then of course they came over to my division. I was like, well, and then I started doing this, so I basically don't get a week off unless I'm doing something else, right? So.
Well, we don't have to worry about Andrew throwing the perfect game right now.
Wow!
There's the weight off his shoulders, but we'll see. He'll
spare and strike out. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the first time I've seen him miss.
Yeah, he's usually all over it.
Actually, I'm trying to remember if they played a second game after he threw the perfect game last time.
I think it was their second game that day.
Yeah.
That he threw the perfect game.
I know game 2 the other week, he had a bit of trouble. Oh, that was like a freeze frame right there. Okay. Oh, wow, that feels bad. That did. But he found it. A little bit of a slow start. Chad and Randy came out kind of before Storm Strikers even started throwing and just threw their bombs, but everything else is kind of dipped for now.
Yeah. Framewood jitters. I'm pretty sure everybody will start firing it up.
Oh, yeah.
And I think it'd be a different pressure than if you're playing top of the standings, but like the Storm Strikers, of course, the league's so tough. Looking at their numbers, Brittany 248 this year for 76 frames, Aaron 233 for 48, Ray 248 for 68, Stephen Brown 247 for 63, Stephen Woods 253 for 64, Dave Hunt 221 for 52, Andrew Dunn 265, and Chris Harris 242, and they're playing to try and stay out of the bottom of the standings.
Mm-hmm.
Right, and with relegation looming and the average pros with a game in hand and not that far behind them, a little different pressure here for them today.
Yeah, and like, were they doing the first year buy for the teams that just joined in relegation, or are they getting added to that?
I'm not sure.
Because like if that's the case, that's
tough to come in, have some big games thrown against you, struggle a bit, and be one and done.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Or have to retry.
And then on the other hand, you got a team like Dakota that is used to the success in the thing, and they have the number that they need to get to now. They know what it is, so that takes a lot of the pressure off. So nice shot by Chad.
Yeah. And knowing them with their experience too, it's you can't say, even if we don't win that many today, we've got lots left. You're going to be going in shooting hard. You don't just want to make the playoffs. you want to be top 3 to avoid the 1-game 4-5 elimination game too.
Yeah.
Yep.
And like you said, the experience, and it's not just the pro league experience. Like you're looking at Masters and Open experience on that team. They're a really deep team.
Yeah.
So actually, regardless of all the crap I talked about the slow start, Storm Striker's putting 4 marks up on the first frame there.
Yeah.
Brittany finding the middle and sparing it again, and that looked better. Freeze frame. Yeah, I didn't think that was going to go. I'm gonna refresh their camera when I have a moment because it keeps glitching. So
they got both teams playing right away, right? So maybe they're getting just a
little hammered. Yeah.
little hammered with the connection, but
Here, I'll refresh it now. See if I can. After Andrew's great spare there.
But at least with both teams playing at the same time, they don't have the glow bowling going on next to them.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah.
I always get a kick when I'm watching, Brad and Shane are up on the lane and there's these lasers shooting on the lane beside them, and it doesn't bother them at all.
Yeah.
I know last week, and I don't know if you guys watched the Schwartz home hardware division at all last week, but they're really quick mats coming down. Like they actually kind of screwed them on one ball because it clearly was going to go down, but the machine had started moving.
Yeah.
So of course it didn't count, right? It's extremely fast. Like you have I literally think it's about a second after the ball hits. Like that was a good one there, but
it's like Aaron's first ball, the last 2 frames, he's being pretty fast too. Just needs to slow down that push off, just coming in a little bit too aggressive and reaching across.
Yep, and just 3 games for the Dynamite so far, but Aaron hasn't missed much, averaging 337, or 4 games, sorry. 337 for 40 frames he's averaged so far.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah, he's been playing well there the last couple of years, just really kind of honed in on his shot again, and he looks really confident and comfortable out there.
Yeah, and the rest of their team, Tyler 284 for just 13 frames, Chad 270 for 40 frames, Jenna 280 for 37 frames. Randy's only played 23 frames and struggled a bit with 208. That's over 250 for 40 frames, and TD's only played 7 frames. But
and a little bit of a change on how they've ran it this year too, because Tyler's come off the bench a little bit more this year, and I think it's a more of a comfortable spot for him too. It's not the extra pressure of starting the game and that kind of stuff. Right. So I see that jump being made, and then Chad and Scotty, you're never too worried about. There's a ton of experience with those 2 guys. It was awesome to actually to see both of them do well in Regina. Both of their qualifying shifts were good. Scotty made a big run on Sunday.
Yeah. Well, just ridiculous numbers too in qualifying.
Oh yeah, it's funny because we say it every year, but it's insane. It's after my first shift, I was just under 270, and I'm like, yeah. Guess I'm bowling again.
Yeah. For 270 at the traditional, you'd be at least in it.
Well, you can go back 5 or 6 years, and if you average 270 in that tournament, you were solid. If you average 265, you were solid. Now, yeah, you can't have a bad game if your low game isn't a 230 or something like that.
Yep.
You need to bounce back. If you have a 200 game, you better be throwing a 380. That's the only way you're getting back into it.
Yeah, I know.
And I haven't played there, obviously, but having watched, the one thing I like is there's not very much what I would call garbage. There's in the way of kickbacks or stuff flying from the back. It's mostly just good natural pinfall and good maintenance, great conditions, just everything. And it seems from year to year, it seems to be very consistent.
Yeah, and it's crazy because you ask Don Salmon, like, what are you doing different? Why is the scoring so high? He hasn't changed the way that they've ran the lanes in years. And I go back to something that Mitch said the year that he won. This place just it's more of a confidence thing with everybody, because almost every type of shot works there. It could be an angled shot, it could be a straight shot. Like, you don't have to be as precise, but you also aren't getting all these crappy breaks like string pulls and all this other stuff on bad shots. Like, you still have to be precise to play there, but you can attack it so many different ways and still have a good result.
As long as you hit the middle decently, you should be okay.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah, Dynamite a little bit slow here. A lot of unforced errors, but
we actually only have 2 open frames on the side of the Storm Strikers here.
mm-hmm.
So they've actually got quite a decent start going here. Thank God I didn't jinx Ray there.
You just rubbing it in a Dave or what? Jeez.
Okay. All right.
Nothing wrong with a miss when you can bounce back and spare it.
Mm-hmm.
As Jeff Bourne would say, that's the most important shot. Miss spare. I jinxed it. My bad.
Yeah. Or I did with the open comment there. No such thing, yeah. Cindy! I hope you're drinking your bog standard coffee.
Just some nabob, instant coffee. Boom.
I'm gonna make her something the next time I see her. I'll bring her a coffee. I'll make her one the next time we have a tournament to go to or host. Maybe the traditional. There you go. I'll make her something really traditional.
Nice half by Scotty.
And hi, Cindy. I don't feel left out at all.
Yeah. I mean, I could ship you one, but I don't know how well that's gonna go.
I know.
It's a Timmy spot. I don't know. Those are fine. It's about what you add to it after, or what you do with it after you make it. That's where it starts getting fancy.
Just put a shot of Bailey's in, you're good.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty even through 3. Nobody's really running away with anything right now.
No. Actually, you know what I seen the other day, Kyle, was those Starbucks like frozen drinks you can get basically everywhere that come in the glass bottles?
Yeah.
Putting like 3 of those in the slushy maker and making a frap out of those.
That probably wouldn't be too bad.
Right?
Gotta get a little bit of whipped cream or something to put on the top. Yeah.
Yeah. Some cinnamon.
Just like the Nespresso machine that my wife has. You could do some insanely dumb stuff with that.
That's my friend.
Get the fancy milk frother, so you can do cold foam. You can do all this weird stuff with it.
We do have, we've got one that's like a kettle. It's like an electric kettle, and you put it on there, and you hit go, and it frosts it for you.
Yeah.
That's what I did this morning. All right, Andrew has been all over the middle, but finally taking down both corners at the same time.
Yeah.
Yeah, both teams are looking pretty equal here. There's a fair chunk of, that double for Ray is kind of the discerning one there between the 2 teams.
Oh.
Yeah, and especially with, Aaron the last couple frames just slightly off, right? He's
finally found the middle.
Point of an advantage.
Yeah.
And early change coming up here for the strikers. Look like Dave just didn't look comfortable at all, and after that first ball, kind of did the wave, the get me out of here wave.
Yep. I know Andrea is working, so I don't know who's actually making the calls. Maybe she's at work watching the stream. If so, hi, Andrea.
Better shot by Aaron there. I like that's what I mean. It's a pretty cohesive unit. I'm pretty sure they know when somebody needs to be pulled. Maybe Aaron's doing double duty today.
Let's be honest. We've all been on teams. We kind of know when it's supposed to happen.
Yeah.
We can all feel it, right? So.
Oh, like I'm the first one to just basically pull myself if I'm playing like garbage.
Yeah, you're like, yeah, it's not happening this one. Let's go. Get somebody else in here.
Yeah, the last match that we had, it was a little bit tough because we were missing a couple of people, so we didn't really have the option. So I had to suck it up, and I literally actually sucked up. Like I was terrible, but that was a game where it was like the third frame, and I knew it wasn't happening.
Yeah,
and I think it's easier. I had this talk with my team on days, especially when I know I'm not going to be there, which I've missed a few this year. But in this format with two fills as well, and the fact you're not beside the other team, so you don't have that psychological kind of, oh, they're really struggling, that effect. I don't mind people pulling themselves or wanting or asking to come out in this as much as, say, the Open, when you only got one fill and you want to use it the way you want to use it when you're running the team, and you don't want the other team to see you right away that.
Yeah, and that's what I mean too. Like, especially with the caliber of players, like you have a lot of them that will know when they're probably going to be coming out, and and that's not to say anything about somebody struggling, but you get to a certain point where that something's not working and you need to work it out. So in this case, if you have somebody that's more than willing to come in that can basically do the same thing that you can do, just take them up on it.
Yeah. I'm just getting bomber set up here.
So total's still fairly close.
Nice shot.
Big double for Randy. I think the last frame there were a few stay-in shots, I think, for the Dynamite.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
a couple more coming here.
Well, this one's going to be a huge one for Jana because Andrew's she's playing against the sub now. But, this is to take kind of an advantage in that match. Yeah. And there's the hammer setting up that commercial break nicely so far.
Can't be worried there. I thought I missed running the commercial right. I'm setting up the next game here.
Yeah, Andrew's got such a smooth shot. Very good mechanics.
Yeah, and when he's throwing well, which he usually has been, he's got a big area to hit to get strikes. It seems.
Yes.
A little thin for Aaron.
Good shot there.
Yeah.
Coming in on the first one.
Good off the bench there for Steven.
Yeah, the strikes going up on the side of the Dynamite here really bringing things in together for the scores. The Stormstrikers had a bit of separation because they had a couple extra marks to count on, but now it's kind of swinging the other way almost.
It shows how quick it can change too, right? You look at Randy and Aaron, both have 48 in the third frame, and then two other players under 80 in the fourth, and a good shot here for Scott, and they'll be flying into the break.
Oh, not so good shot. Didn't like that one out of the hand, but
fair enough. Little bit ahead on that one. You could see him kind of lean in that extra and realized he was out of position when he let it go. Good enough.
Come on. There we go.
Yeah, good setup frame for the Dynamite going into the break.
Mm-hmm.
505 with 2 spares, 2 strikes, and a double.
There you go. Great count there. So they have a bit of an actual point lead, but a couple less marks. They're actually missing the 2 spares to count on. So it's basically dead even if you throw strikes on those spares. So,
Yep, should be a great second half.
all right, commercial break time.
Cargill is proud to be supporting a truly Canadian sport like 5-pin bowling. We look forward to watching some great competition from many competitors and bowling centres across our country. With hundreds of locations across Canada, Cargill is committed to helping the Canadian farmer thrive. Whether it is selling commodities, getting agronomic advice, fertilizer needs, crop protection, and marketing expertise, Cargill is here to help. So please enjoy this bowling. Thank you.
Financial freedom begins with financial literacy.
Hi, I'm Dave, and I'm thrilled to be a sponsor. My journey began as a teacher because of my deep passion for education. I brought that same passion into the financial world to help families achieve financial freedom. Financial freedom isn't just about having more, it's about knowing more. That's why I'm here to help you make smart decisions with insurance, investing, and lending, all in one place. I'm Dave, and together we'll help you achieve financial freedom.
And we're
Yes.
back.
Yep.
Again, totals very close.
Yeah.
Storm Striker's up 30 with 1 less mark. Top match, pretty good lead so far for Chad. Second match, pivotal ball coming up in. Andrew's up 39, but both players on doubles, so a swing can happen there. Fourth match. So
Yeah, that open frame for Ray in the match against Aaron, that could be a big shot for Aaron too.
Yeah. You know, the Storm Strikers have had Brittany as their leadoff for the other week they did there as well, and they were throwing over 1,400. She's been absolutely fire in that top position. Not as strong at today as previous, but still bowling quite well.
Yeah, she's still on the middle, right? You know, so.
I think she wants to pull herself.
Yeah.
Yeah. Go. Yep. Aaron coming in for Brittany. Aaron was actually the number 2, like in the second spot last week. So the 2 ladies were heading up the team previously at the same time. Here we go. Randy with Ooh, a good slider.
Randy and the dice ball.
And Andrew, oh no. Talk about being pivotal. That's the definition of.
And that's when you're on doubles. That's part of what makes our sport, I think, much more exciting than 10-pin. If there's a lead at all and people are on doubles, right? The difference is 60 sticks.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
135 or 75, whether you throw the next one or open, potentially.
Yeah, and it's one of those things, right? You can't be afraid to hit. You still got to go for it. It's just it's the way it goes sometimes.
Yeah, it really does make every ball count, right? You can't really just flub one and, you basically just have to cross your fingers at that point, right? Now, because if Randy keeps throwing and Andrew's got nothing to count on, it's so hard to just even catch up.
Oh, and that's what I mean. It's the second ball of that frame, right? You're still counting. You got to make sure that you can at least get that 5. You're picking up extra pins if you can clear that.
Mm-hmm.
You can bounce it over and get the 2. Why not?
Great job for Steven with the double off the bench.
Yeah. Oh,
That didn't look like it was going to go straight through. That looked like it was at least going to pull a chop. That ball looked like it was pretty far on the side, but not enough rotation, I guess.
I think what happens too, right? He missed the 2 frames before. Sometimes you go in your next shot almost making sure you're hitting it rather than delivering it with the same stuff you normally do.
Yeah.
It's almost that tendency where I don't want to miss again, so you almost force it rather than just let it go.
Yeah, and I guess that's the one thing, for a lot of different players, it just the way that they think about it too, right? Like I know if I miss a couple times in a row, that's the one thing that, especially if it's on the same side, clearly I'm going to make a slight adjustment in the way that I'm coming into the thing because it's at the end of the shot.
Yeah.
So, miss right, move right? Just something stupid just to kind of get it out of your head, make your arm go back to the spot it should be in.
So 3 opens for the Storm Strikers that frame, still with 2 doubles going though.
yeah, it might have been the same thing here for Chad. After that last frame going miss. I guess it could have been miss punch, but
Yeah, that one he looked a little more vertical when he was at the line, so there wasn't a lot of movement on the ball.
yeah. Whoa! It's moving.
That release was a little bit better if it pushed the 3-pin over there.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. You're still up in that match, so no panic time yet in that one. Great shot by Andrew.
Although Aaron giving herself the strike there. If you're ever going to catch up, you need that, right? Put 45 on that, you're at 170 and 7. So
That's the case too. When you're up in your match, so you can't take your foot off the gas, knowing that totals is still close, right? You never,
huge ball.
Oh, great shot. 3-pin kind of died.
Yep. Randy. Oh, sorry. Mitch, it's the thing. It's the thing. Ambo. Yep.
That was nice to see Randy throw well again. I know he's had a couple of iffy weeks when he was on Pro League, and he was talking to me about it in Regina. Just felt like he was a little bit off, needed to get that motivation back. So that's good to see. Great shot by Jana. See if Ray can get back on the middle here. There we go.
Yeah, that's cool. And then that's when you get the I'm just gonna throw the stupid thing because you throw the good one.
That's the other thing too. You don't want to overthink things, right? As soon as you start thinking a little bit too much in this game, you're probably going to do yourself a lot more harm. Just shut it off when you can.
Ooh, 2 good balls.
Aaron got away with a thin one. That one.
Yeah. You can see the 2 pins. One barely got hit from the 3, and the other one just, well, I guess on both 2s, the 3s just split enough to hit them.
It's a big shot for Scotty. Needs this one to kind of stay somewhat in there.
Yeah. And getting back to your point, Kyle, just very quickly about overthinking things. How often you see with, even with myself or watching others, where just shut your brain off. Your brain's just getting in the way of your talent and your natural ability.
Yeah.
Just throw the ball.
And that's what I mean. That's one of the tough parts to get to, right? Like, building up the mental side of the game is the most difficult, because even though you don't want to think about things subconsciously, still it's moving. Like, you're thinking about stuff. You just have to learn how to deal with it and shut it down and calm yourself down.
And Tyler in for Scott there after Scott's head pin.
So that one's the only big advantage that the Storm Strikers have right now. I know they've cut into a couple of them, but 2 doubles counting on the Dynamite. Those are both going to be big for team total right there.
1 pin difference.
Get back on it.
1 pin difference in score, heading to 8.
Way better shot.
Yeah, this game is close. Lots of marks on the board. We got some streaks going. 2 doubles, though, on the side of Dynamite. So, with Aaron throwing the other one. Aaron Albus. Now Aaron on the Storm Strikers. Oh, yep. Woo!
By Randy. Yahtzee.
Yahtzee. Yes. I was here for this one.
Funny how it works, and it makes it so hard for a manager sometimes. But you look at Randy's game, that shot in 4 was probably a stay-in shot. And then he throws a strike, and then 4 more after.
Right.
Well, and that's the other thing with not having Jim there too, right?
Yeah.
Because I think if Jim was there, Jim would have had that goal probably.
Yeah. Just having that little bit of faith and getting, or the opposite way, not having the, no offense, but balls to make the pull maybe when you need to, right? Sometimes it does go a little bit long. We'll ding down it.
Ooh. Wow. The chalky one just got pushed.
Like between player 1 and 4 on Dynamite, that is a lot of X's happening since frame 4. Like, it's
just getting confidence, and you're watching people do it in front of you, right?
Yep. Oh,
and not much different on the other side.
Yeah, actually, and well, except Brown's got a whole bunch.
I guess they're still having problems with their sensors and their Steltronic.
Yeah, it's a thing. It's not too bad.
Well,
actually, it's actually been pretty good so far. It's starting to act up now.
Yeah.
Come on, break.
Oof.
Great count.
Yep.
Roasted. Still, yeah. Good count, though. That's what I mean. Coming in, when you're coming in and as a sub 2 and you're going against somebody that's kind of found their line, that's a lot of extra pressure too. Like,
yep, that's where you make sure. Yeah, don't worry about the match. You're just trying to put some marks together, help for totals.
And that's what I mean. Ty's first shot, he still hit the middle as a chop. It was a little bit quick. just didn't take the time on the spare shot, but still cleaning it. He knows he can finish the game. Make sure you're looking for that bottom total.
Total still within a ball.
Great
Great
shot.
shot.
By
Aaron
both
and
honestly,
Brittany.
both teams have been.
Yeah.
I've just been throwing. Sitting really close to 1,000 in 8 is you're harkening on some really good scores here if you keep throwing.
Yeah.
And as we mentioned, you look at the scores, and other than Chad, you look in the scores in the fourth frame for the Dynamite, and it looks terrible. And then all of a sudden, they've got a great game going.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It doesn't take much to change the outlook, right? Like you only need to get that first shot to get that confidence back. Seems like the majority of them all got them at the same time, though.
Yeah. And everybody's scores are like totals are including all the marks. So
yes.
Oh yeah,
which we like.
6-pack.
I can't make that sound. I should have had a can here. Wait.
That one's going to be a good finish.
Yeah. Oh wow! I
just breezed.
Right. All right, that one looks good. We'll take two. Take two. We don't have to worry about sending anything over to the 2 on the right.
It's a big hat for Jana.
Nope.
Nope.
Got a lot of that hook. You can kind of tell from the trajectory of the ball initially where it's going to end up.
That might have been too, knowing you're in such a close match and on a strike, making absolute sure you don't go through the hole.
Yeah.
Being a little too safe on the count side.
And the Storm Strikers, the last couple of frames have bounced back quite well to put themselves right back in it.
Yeah. Where they were getting like 2 to 3 opens a frame, 7, 8, 9, they've had 1 open total. So
it's going to be a little discouraging for the great shot for the Dynamite to throw on such a big run and look up, and they really haven't picked up anything.
Yeah.
No, if anything, they're falling behind now from the halfway.
Right.
Yeah, and that had been killing the streak going there. So, Tyler's going to have to set up 9. Kind of give them that little bit of bonus at the bottom. Like, I know his match is out of hand at this point, but, getting the strike and setting himself up for 10 for hopefully getting some extra points for the bottom, that's going to be huge.
Yeah. And also where, your anchor bowler, a lot of times it isn't just about the 10th frame.
Yeah.
So you have a couple people, stumble ahead of you. It's about
getting the ship corrected.
Yeah, right. And turning it over to your leadoff bowler.
Oh, that's what I mean. Like that's the one thing with the anchor position is, instilling the confidence in everybody else that, they're trying their best. They can try to fix whatever they can.
Yep.
And if I'm Tyler here, I wouldn't have been in any hurry to get up there.
The way I've always thought about it is the anchor is just the lead for the lead.
Yeah.
Right? It's a big circle. Oh no.
And
a little bit too much reach.
And also as a manager or coach, it's also where it's the hardest position to make a move, right? Even if you got someone who's struggling, but not, you look at Scott's game there. In 3 punches, 1 miss, he spared it. Corner spare, chop spare, and a strike.
Mm-hmm.
But you also know you need strikes to catch up in the match. Or even if the match is gone, you need strikes because that's what the other team's throwing.
And that's the other thing to look at too. You still have TD available on the bench.
Yeah.
So with the last 2 frames from Ty, do you just take that chance and put TD in 10?
Oh my gosh,
Yeah, that's
gonna hurt.
Yeah.
Especially with Aaron throwing you on the other side here.
He just needs to, if he gets the count at least, right? Gives himself a chance to still have an advantage.
Yep, corner spares 258, which would be enough.
Well, that was thick.
Okay. Comes down to pins. Chad needs to slide to shut her out.
Good tangle. Aaron's gonna get to go first.
Gotta come back.
My. Well, don't miss, right?
Yeah. Let's hit something. But that's a good battle for Aaron coming back to get back into that match too, right?
Yeah,
So,
127 for 4 is a great fill.
Yeah.
It hurts missing that 3-pin though, because now Chad has got to hit something.
Oh
yeah, he was good.
Yeah. Tough luck for Andrew on that one. Looked like it was a decent enough shot, maybe to push out into a chop, and just hung up on the 3.
Big sticks though to make Randy I mean, he's pretty much just playing for totals now.
Yeah, and Randy really, if Randy can bang out, that's a big jump for them to kind of get back into it for total. It just sucks that you have a double and a strike at the end of your lineup. They're not counting anything.
Mm-hmm.
Take advantage where you can to try to get back in it and just hope for the best. But
Steven in here down 12.
Oof.
I mean, if you're gonna punch in any of them,
Yeah,
it's Ray's match or like game that is pivotal. I mean, honestly, it's pretty hard for them to lose total, but actually, yeah.
Randy can sell out a bunch here.
Yeah. He's definitely doing the work. Hold up. Let me get a snowman.
that's cold. We have seen crazier things in this league, so
It's true. It's true. Yeah. Yeah. They're already, they're only 1 bowler behind. Sorry, they're still 1 bowler behind, I should say that. And they've, if Jana was the tricky 10th, then that helps a lot for the storm.
yeah, that's a huge shot.
That's also a handbound on the side for Ray.
And again, as we mentioned with the Storm Strikers, just so much experience. Ray's been through this a zillion times. He's so solid.
Ooh. That's an awesome game, though. Cracking 350 when you're sitting at 47-3.
Yeah.
The only reason he missed is he didn't have the dice ball come back.
There it is, right?
There it is there.
Oh, sorry, Ray. That's your Yahtzee.
Big shot by
Oh,
Stan.
Jana.
Yeah. I mean, Jana had her point for sure. She just had to hit the pin. Ooh. Okay.
Still, that's
Yeah. So yeah,
huge for Ray to bring that game back.
Yeah. Dynamite can only add 120 to total, so 1328 would have been their max.
Yeah.
And now that's gone.
That's gone.
Yep. So it's gonna be 5-3, right?
Yeah.
As a basketball fan, Kyle, this game reminded me of a college basketball game where one team gets out to a lead, the other team makes a huge run and just can't quite get there and expend so much energy trying to get there that they just fall short at the
They
end.
fall. Yeah, it's the March Madness syndrome.
Yep.
Looking to secure that win as a 16 seed, and you run out of gas with a minute left.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how it goes out this year, but the way that Duke finished the season, and I hate Duke, it's hard to see them not making a good run.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dynamite. Cool comment. Collect themselves for the next one. They immediately go into game 2 here. The Storm Strikers are only playing the one game.
Yeah, and that's what I mean. Like, you can't you can look at the game and you can see where it kind of turned, but you're still taking 3 points out of it. So, you're still taking something. It's not as bad as, you might think in your mind. Because there were positives in that game. It's just a matter of how you're bouncing back from them.
Yeah, and if you're going to lose 5-3 is the way to go, right? We're going to see the Maniacs here in a couple games, and they're 4-5 on the season, but they're several points over 500 because their wins have been bigger numbers, and their losses have been mostly 2s and 3s.
Yeah, and you're looking at the squad too, and you have a couple of players in those matches have gone on huge runs too. Like there was Wisty throwing that 8-bagger.
Yeah.
Like you never know what's going to happen with those guys. They have a lot of talent. So
just going to. I was hoping I. Okay, well, anyway, the scores are on there, so if you need to go back and write them down, it's on YouTube. So you can do that. Let's get. We got Steven here. Let's get him in here. Take the game off. Come back to us. Bring Steven in. Hey, buddy. Oh, you're muted.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. I get Aaron in here. Perfect. All right, 5-3. That one was tight for about 8 frames, and then there's a little separation, right?
a little bit of trading back and forth.
Yeah.
We need a quieter area. Aaron, I know the end of that game was a little frustrating, but still snagging 3 points out of it.
Yeah, 5-3 in a lumpy game. We'll take it. Like, credit to the Storm Strikers. They threw a ton of marks, strikes when they needed it. Sometimes a match will simply come down to the fact you punch 6 times more than the team you're playing, and the count that comes with that. So it was pretty much a ball-for-ball game. Slow start, but marks on marks for the other side, and it's tough to play against, right?
Yeah, it was fun to watch, Aaron. You guys got off to a slow start there and then threw a bunch, but so did the Strikers. You couldn't make up ground on them.
Yeah, I think we had a lead for a brief moment. Randy strike either in 7 or 8, but it was so close the whole way.
For 3 frames there, it was never more than a ball or 2 difference.
Well, they played good. Hats off.
Yeah, and for the Storm Strikers having a couple subs come in and kind of make the difference, they end up catching back up.
Lagging beyond a bit.
Strong.
Oh, yeah. Well, Steven, we had just mentioned Steven coming in and throwing a whole bunch of strikes there to really make it count, right?
Yeah, no, that was huge. Him coming off the bench, able to get a few. Junior struggled a bit there. He was on the head pin a bit, but bugs and stuff. And even Aaron came in and she was over the head pin too, right? She lost a close match there, but 2 of them coming in off the bench, that helps. And today, I guess we had a couple that were, we were able to string a few in a row, a few of us, so which obviously helps, right? So.
Yep. All right, Steven, thanks so much for joining us, guys. That was you got a 1 gamer today, 1 and done.
No, they're back in 2 more games.
We got a couple hour break. We got another game.
Yeah. That's right.
Yeah.
It's the Bombers next one to have a 1 gamer. There's too many teams. Okay, all right.
Quick
Anyway.
break for the Dynamite to get collected and come back against the Bombers.
Yep.
I'm not even going to move from my chair. I'll wait for you guys.
Sounds like a plan.
I'm gonna stare at you the whole time.
Cargill is proud to be supporting a truly Canadian sport like 5-pin bowling. We look forward to watching some great competition from many competitors and bowling centres across our country. With hundreds of locations across Canada, Cargill is committed to helping the Canadian farmer thrive. Whether it is selling commodities, getting agronomic advice, fertilizer needs, crop protection, and marketing expertise, Cargill is here to help. So please enjoy this bowling. Thank you.
Financial freedom begins with financial literacy.
Hi, I'm Dave, and I'm thrilled to be a sponsor. My journey began as a teacher because of my deep passion for education. I brought that same passion into the financial world to help families achieve financial freedom. Financial freedom isn't just about having more, it's about knowing more. That's why I'm here to help you make smart decisions with insurance, investing, and lending, all in one place. I'm Dave, and together we'll help you achieve financial freedom.
All right. I did not move from my seat, and I made sure Aaron didn't either, so everything is fine.
But did you stare at it the whole time like you said you were going
Look,
to?
he leaned right into that camera, and I know he can't see me, but I did too. So, all right. So, Dynamite going right into the next one, regardless of my knowledge of the matchups, even though we looked at it like an hour ago. And and we were going to have the Bombers join us for their only game of the day. Wait, let me just triple check, because, you know, that's the thing. Yeah, just one. Okay. I see Daryl laughing in the background, so let's get him in here. Hey, buddy.
How you doing, gang?
Good. How you guys doing?
Yeah, Bombers are good. Like you said, we've one and done today, so it's a sprint today. It's not a marathon, so we'll look forward to it. Ready to get going. Excited.
Yeah. And you know, Aaron, that last game wasn't even that bad. It's just Storm Strikers never let up, and like you had mentioned, a couple of middle hits there that really, you know, splits, punches, whatever you want to call them, that really just slowed everything down.
Oh, yeah. Most important ball is the next ball. Shoot 1260, get 3 points, honestly, in a league this competitive. It is what it is. So I think we're all warmed up and, you know, we greased the joints, oiled the wheels after being off for a long time and, you know, can't really take any frames off against the Bombers. So.
Yeah. And the Bombers, you guys, even after this one today, you'll actually have the least amount of games played. A lot of the teams obviously coming up to play a lot of games in the back end. You know, Dynamite played 2, Kingpins got 3 right after this. and the Bombers. You guys are going to be filling the whole rest of the season, basically.
Well, at least we know who's coming out every week. It's going to be these three teams playing most of the time for the rest of the season. So.
And that, I mean, a little bit of niceness to see that how the league is taking shape. So we sort of have an idea of maybe where the cut line is. We can see a bit of a path towards what playoffs might look like. Obviously, we're not looking that far ahead. We're looking today, one game. A win here, that path becomes a little bit more clear. A loss here, it looks it's a lot foggy, right? And Dynamite's an extraordinary team, been top of the standings a couple of years now. We know what they can do, and even in that game, their second half was extraordinary. So we know right from the beginning that it's going to be a battle. It's going to be a big game. It's not going to be a 10-50 to 10-50 game. It's going to be a 13-50, 1400s. That's what we're expecting from them, and that's what we're expecting out of ourselves. So it's going to be a good match. Hope everybody's looking forward to it.
Yeah, I know this is, this and then also the Minto Maniac game, actually, for me, are the two games I've been looking forward to the most today, because specifically with the Minto, it can basically make a break for them, right? So, but yeah, three big teams. I could have a little picture-in-picture of Aaron eating his popcorn while watching the game.
Come on, Mitch.
Yeah, well, early to mid-season for both teams, but in hockey terms, it's almost like a 4-pointer, right?
Big
So I know as an outsider watching, I know I've got my popcorn ready.
Oh, yeah. Every match is important. Turn the foul lines on. Let's go.
Yeah.
All right. You know what, Dynamite? Let's get your lineup. You gonna make any changes?
No. So we're going to go back to what we started with, which would be Chad, Randy, Jana, Aaron, Scott, Tyler, and TD on the bench.
Okay. And DB, what are you thinking?
Yeah, we've got 6 of us today, so we'll go Sean, and then we'll go Steve, Adam, Heidi, and Mark.
Okay.
And then we got Aaron Arndt on the bench.
Perfect. Are you guys ready to bowl? Ready to get this going?
You bet.
Awesome.
All right, play well, guys.
Have a good match, Daryl.
Have a good match, Aaron.
Okay. I am going to have Kyle do Dynamite again.
Yeah, Dakota Dynamite. We got Tyler Van Dale, Chad Van Dale, Janet Van Willingham, Randy Morissette, Scott Barber, Aaron Alblast, TD Holland, Rob Shanis, and Jim Llewellyn is the manager, playing out of Dakota Lanes in Winnipeg.
And Steve, if you wouldn't mind doing the Bombers.
And the Bombers are Regina champion Mark Johnstone, Steve Cummings, Heidi Mapstone, Sean Heller, Adam Kemp, Aaron Arndt, Buddy Olson, Brett Mapstone, and managed by DB Daryl Bradley, playing out of Sherwood Bowl in Sherwood Park, Alberta.
Have to make a shout out to Mark Johnson's amazing triple. 2 back-to-back perfect game attempts. Absolutely just fire.
Yeah, that was pretty insane to see. Kind of mad that I left the lanes maybe an hour before that happened, but yeah, it was just great to see Mark back to that level. That was vintage. We'd say 2009 Johnstone.
Yeah, that was fun to watch for sure.
What are we doing here? Oh! I think we just need a quick restart here. I think maybe something froze, or I'm sure we'll fix it up right away.
I'm sure it wouldn't have happened if the Crushers were playing. Actually, they are playing, but
I was like, aren't they playing right now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Wouldn't have happened on their lane.
Just waiting for the broom to hit Tim.
Tim is in the starting lineup, so they are as far away as possible as they can be, though. They're playing on
16, or
yeah. Against the Kinslayers right now, so and I'm actually just gonna adjust the scoreboard. I haven't adjusted it from last game. You can zoom in a bit for the Dynamite here.
We'll turn it on and turn it on, turn it off and turn it on again, and hope it works.
The famous IT instructions for.
Worst case, they could just change the camera and bring it to the touchpad if they really wanted to.
Yeah. All right. Believe it or not, I have not lost the feed. It's just the black screen. Yeah, 1260-ish. Taking 3 points in that first game, Dynamite's, I have to say, though, to be completely honest, Stormstriker's really making a good run at the end of their season here. Like, if they had maybe not had those jitters at the beginning or played like this the whole time, they probably would have been okay.
Yeah, and that having your bench come in and perform the way that it did too in that match, if that was the way that it worked all season too, that's a huge difference.
Yeah, even though they had a couple opens at the end, the frames, 6 through 8 that they put together just to build on and go along with the people that were rolling just gave them a huge spark.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
Yeah, and this is a very important game, for mid-early season for both these teams, because after last game, Dynamite go to 25.5 points,
So 14
and the
points.
Bombers are at 24.5 with with Bombers have played one extra game now. So this
I thought they'd be.
this will lean the standings for both teams. And when you look at the top, we've got 2 teams cemented near the top. These points are huge for both teams.
Yeah, and like you said, it's kind of like that hockey one where this is that much bigger of a match. Because if you can shut them out or you can limit them to their points and you're taking that advantage in the head-to-head, that's huge for them in the standings.
Mm-hmm. And let's be honest, coming into this match, and maybe I talked about it a little bit too much. The expectations are high. These are both generally playoff teams, right?
Mm-hmm.
With Bombers having won the whole thing previously and Dynamite going deep.
Yep. And you never know how those games are going to go, right?
Yeah.
The games sometimes that you expect to be huge scoring don't end up being, and then
yeah.
We Mayhem went through that last week with the Rock and Rollers. Would have expected scores to be huge, and we snuck it out with 1190, which you never would have expected.
Yeah, that's fair. Yep.
Now, we've also lost games with 14.5, as all teams have, but
yeah, I can attest from losing some close games this year. We've had plenty within 20 pins that we just couldn't seem to squeak out of. But
now the Bombers clearly watched last game and watched the beginning for the two teams and said, we are not going to do that. They're absolutely firing at all cylinders straight from frame one here. Yep. I do actually have some sound.
Johnny's got the KT tape.
Yeah.
He's going to have that on all the time now after that win.
Yeah.
I was joking with Kerry and Dex out there that I was still mad at DB because he called me a chucker on when he was commentating our match. Like, must be the most accurate chucker there is then.
Hey, man, as long as you chuck it at the middle pin. Or the pocket or wherever you need it to go.
Kind of hurt my feelings. I've never been called a chucker before.
I think they might be talking about it. He might be laughing about it right now. I see the audio for them. It is not outputting.
Not the start that the Dynamite was looking for. A little rough out of the gate.
Yeah.
And again, as a manager, I'm always curious to see how teams react in game 2 after a game 1.
Mm-hmm.
Whether I expected to get Scott back in there because he was pretty solid when he started. He just couldn't put anything together.
Yeah.
Sometimes you wonder whether you start the next game the way you finished the last one, if you had a good finish, or there's so many ways to think of it. And I know with our team with 8 players, sometimes it's early in the season, especially, it's less strategy about that and more about trying to get everybody some frames in.
Yeah.
With these rosters, that can be a tough combination, trying to stick with what's working, but you also want to give everybody a chance to contribute.
Yeah. Well, and that's what I mean. Like, with the level that everybody plays at, like, you have that understanding. If the team's playing well, like, you're not going to need your spares.
Yeah. Good shot, right corner.
Wow.
Copy and paste.
Roasted.
Again, just 5 games in for the Bombers this year. Sean up top there has been phenomenal. 301.8 average through 50 frames with 4 wins. Mark, solid. Often on the bottom, 260. Steve Cummings only played a couple games, 276. Heidi's always solid. She's in the 240s. Adam Kemp hasn't played much. He struggled a bit. Aaron Art, same thing. Bonnie Olson, 262 through 5 games and 44 frames.
Yeah, and like some of the changes that they made to the team, like I can't really see it affecting them in a negative way. Like, I know not having DB in there brings a different dynamic, but he's still there as the manager. So
there we go. The audio is working. It's just I turned it up, but anyway, go ahead.
And look at the depth in some of the cities around the country, right? You got 2 great teams out of Newfoundland, out of St. John's.
Well,
Winnipeg's got
you're looking at probably the
bunch.
2 biggest talent for like per capita right now in Edmonton versus Winnipeg.
Yeah. And the Bombers look to pick up a player, and Brett Mapstone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
With tons of experience with.
Well, you even go to the other one and you're looking at next gen and you're looking at the Crushers and you're literally trading Adam for Matt. Like, it's crazy. Like, with some of the moves that were made in these teams.
And Misfits too, right? You've got Curtis Dunas taking, top spot out of Edmonton zones, for example, right? Or in Brandon, right? Both making now on the average pros, like how many of their top players are on how many of different teams?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like just thinking about like the leagues too, because I know Sherwood's got that pretty competitive league that almost all the guys play in. And then you go back to the Winnipeg side of it, and Wednesday nights at Dakota is probably, I would say, one of the toughest leagues to play in, and like maybe Canada, like especially with the way that the scoring is. You have 4-player teams and you have leadoff bowlers averaging 240, 245. Like it's pretty high up there.
No. All right, so that was a much better frame from Dynamite. Clearly the volume is on their feed because they heard us.
Yeah.
Well, and if you're going to have a clunker of a frame, you want it your first frame.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right? How many times you see teams all start out with marks and then everybody's got 30 or 40 after 2? You'd much rather do it the opposite way.
Yeah. Ooh, that's good. Yep. Ooh. All right, spared up. Big half.
$13 marks out of the gate for the Bombers.
Are you?
Sorry, 11. I can't count.
It was like. Well, we know Steve and Adam are going to throw Mark, so.
And if they don't, it's only a coincidence. There's no such thing as the announcer jinx.
We have to talk about the games. It's literally what we do. If it doesn't go their way, then they should have thrown a better ball.
And I think Andrew, who we saw in game one, his perfect game early in the season proves there's no announcer jinx.
Oh, you guys jinx that hard?
I don't think we completely avoided the subject as the game went on.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Randy with the punch there.
And Adam's going to get the spare and prove me right here.
Everybody's watching Adam.
Yeah.
Attaboy.
All right. And 2 brand new teams to the stream. Not brand new, but for today's stream for next game. So keep an eye out. See when their cameras come up.
You've only got 6 teams to worry about today, Mitch. What's your problem?
Thanks, buddy.
No, I did not predict it would end at 13.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Oh. Well, it could keep going.
Yeah.
I mean, that was pretty good, actually. ID just doesn't have the speed to send that pin over, pop it up, and send it over. The angle was good, though. Oh, I think Aaron likes that break.
Yeah,
I mean, it's
for a chunky shot.
Yeah. A strike would have been better, sure, but it's spareable at least.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Solid pick.
He's been so good at shooting those corners.
Great shot. Hasn't slowed down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, 381 after 3 frames. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah, with 4 marks to add to.
Well, Scott is just can't get that groove going, you know?
Yeah, he looks like he's just coming out of the shot a little bit too early. So it's not getting out on the lane where he wants it.
Ugh. And you just cannot not notice that dice ball rolling back. Oh, that's fine. I kind of like zoomed in a bit to make the scoreboard's bigger, but it's a little harder to see now. All right, big 15.
Yeah, that's the one thing too with the Dynamite. Like, if Rob is available to play, like, it could be a boost to put him in, but not too sure how his body's doing because I know that was holding him out the last season that he played. Great shot, Sean. Bombers came to play, that's for sure.
There we go. Chad throwing his first bomb of the game. Yeah, other than Jana here, very reminiscent start to last game for Dynamite.
Unlike last game, the other team's going off already. So
Yeah, they
figure it out
started.
quick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, last game they were just a smidge behind when they started.
Yeah, it wasn't until the 5th frame that they finally started going. So
Oh, jeez.
shot by
Yep.
Adam.
Randy with a half.
See if Heidi can get back on the side. Yeah, looks pretty good.
Yep. Ooh, all right, that's a
little
spare
off
ball,
balance.
and
Yep.
considering how that went, yep, we'll take it.
Yeah, a little bit of the quick feet, and still managed to put it in the right spot. So
Oh, yeah.
And just looking at the other stream off to the side, both teams out of Sherwood throwing bombs early today.
ham bone.
Yeah, don't say too much. I also was peeking at the other one, and they are also firing on all cylinders over there. So they just went into the commercial break.
Good job by the Dynamite, right? When the other team, it's where I use this baseball analogy all the time that you can't hit a grand slam with nobody on base.
Mm-hmm.
Just kind of the tendency is everybody thinks they have to throw a 5 or 6 bagger themselves to make it up, and you don't. You just get some marks together and then start throwing marks on marks and throw the odd double and hang around and then just hope you get a break.
Oh, and that's what I mean. They've only had a couple that have missed the middle.
Yeah.
So but yeah,
Oh, that was
Bombers. The
His
Bombers
last
look
3 have
on.
been Sean's last 3 have been identical.
Yeah.
There
Oh,
you go.
Chad's last 2 have been
Yeah.
pretty solid. So hopefully he's got the rhythm back.
Yep. The Dream Crushers must be throwing bombs because they're stealing the internet from the Bombers here. Sherwood is on fire this morning with some of the stuff being thrown. I'll say that.
And you guys say all this, and I turn on the thing and I watch Gary plug one.
Oh, I'm sorry, Gary. All right, big 15 for Steve there. The second open. They haven't left the pin yet. The whole team has cleaned every single pin up. So good half for Randy. That does give Randy a chance to come back in here, right? You know, throw a strike in 6, and all of a sudden it's a 6-point difference. So
Yeah.
some hiccups in frame 5 here.
Next totals are a fair bit apart right now, but most of it's in the top and bottom game. The middle 3 games are all very close.
Yeah. Especially with Jana throwing that strike there.
Yeah.
Now all of a sudden she's actually ahead. Fair chunk. She's got 2 balls on top, right?
And Jana's shot is one of those ones where it's always going to be close, right? And you know, she knows how to pick wood, so she keeps herself in a lot of the matches.
Yep.
And a big string of marks here for the Dynamite. Scott hoping to keep that going heading into the break. They're chipping away at the lead pretty good right now.
Yeah, there we go, Scott.
Kind of looked like what they did last game before the break.
All right, yeah. Heidi's not slowing down, and Mark can put him over 700 for the half here.
Just going back to last season and how clutch Heidi was on this team. Like,
oh yeah,
she had some big games. Like, I remember I'm pretty sure it was the Bombers versus who was that? But like Heidi it was like a 380, and it was just clutch shots too.
Yeah, 8 in a row or something, 8 or 9.
Yeah.
Yeah. And she's ideal in 4 because she's just so solid. Usually does not make mistakes. She's going to pin everything. She's just such a steadying influence to have in that 4 spot.
Yeah.
We got a good game here. 568 for Dynamite with 2 marks and 3 doubles to add to. And the Bombers.
Wow.
Bombers just 2 doubles to count, and they're going to be about 130 ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, Dynamite have the opportunity to really close that gap.
Yeah, it'll be good to see as soon as we get back from break. Keep this action going.
Cargill is proud to be supporting a truly Canadian sport like 5-pin bowling. We look forward to watching some great competition from many competitors and bowling centres across our country. With hundreds of locations across Canada, Cargill is committed to helping the Canadian farmer thrive. Whether it is selling commodities, getting agronomic advice, fertilizer needs, crop protection, and marketing expertise, Cargill is here to help. So please enjoy this bowling. Thank you.
Financial freedom begins with financial literacy.
Hi, I'm Dave, and I'm thrilled to be a sponsor. My journey began as a teacher because of my deep passion for education. I brought that same passion into the financial world to help families achieve financial freedom. Financial freedom isn't just about having more, it's about knowing more. That's why I'm here to help you make smart decisions with insurance, investing, and lending, all in one place. I'm Dave, and together we'll help you achieve financial freedom.
All right, second half. Like Cal had mentioned, let's see if we can keep the pace going here. Sean is right up right away.
And again, thanks again to all our sponsors, many of whom we're seeing today, and Heartland Bowl, Sean Schwartz, of course, and Schwartz Home Building Center sponsor the other division. BPG, we got DB right there in front of us, the back of his head. And I can talk about back of heads because mine's much more shiny than that one. And of course, Rhonda and Venom, who sponsor the league, and Venom, of course, in the other division.
I was going to say, after months and months of these build-up videos for the Kingpins, we finally get to see them in action today.
Yeah.
That's the wake you up commercial. You're just kind of sitting there, everything's chilling, and bam! You go learning about financial freedom to the Kingpins.
Yeah.
I am actually just getting everything set up for the next stream. For the next games, I should say. Everybody's out practicing. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I think we have a pretty big set in front of us here.
Yeah. Good shot by Adam.
Yep.
And Adam's just so good. Like, he almost looks unassuming the way he bowls. I'm sure he's not, but he just so solid.
Oh, just even like seeing him in some of the other stuff like the Open and coming off the bench, just running strikes. Like, not a lot faces him.
No. Super nice, chill dude.
Yeah.
But an absolute killer when it comes to playing against them. He does not hold back at all.
No.
You know, where someone like Mark gives you every bit of fire that exists in his stomach and makes every shot heard. And
Yeah, you don't always have to see the result to know how Mark's doing.
Yeah.
Especially right after he throws the ball.
I feel like we're walking slightly out here.
It's always fun to see how people's personalities change when they're on the lane. Great job, Scott. Scott's another one of those guys that, you know, he likes joking around and all that kind of stuff, but as soon as he's on the lane, he just turns into a killer.
Yeah. I was going to say both with Scott and Mark, anybody that watched Regina, they threw so many good shots all the time that here, if they miss by a hair or even don't throw it perfect and punch or whatever, it just looks terrible because we watched them just throw rocket after rocket for so many games in Regina.
Yeah, I know the match that Scotty and I had in the 16s on the B side. It was kind of the same thing, and I go on a big run in game 2 to take the advantage, and he ends up answering back with 8 strikes at me, and I punch in 10 and lose the match.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was it's still a good thing. That was a match that I've always wanted, was to be able to play against somebody like Scott, like some of the guys that I've looked up to in the past, and to be able to have that finally, you know, it's something special.
You know, it seems like we're kind of like trading shots here, right? Get a couple open. Nobody's really. Ooh, out. The commercial break, I would say, is not really helping anybody, but that gap has certainly closed, though.
Just 66 right now.
Careless whisper.
Yeah. Got you, Cindy.
Haven't had too many of those today.
Honestly, I hadn't had to shoot too many corners in general today.
No.
Key shots here for Adam and Jana. It's 10 pins apart. Adam on a strike, Jana on a spare.
Put fly pressure.
Yeah, this could be a big one from Heidi to jump out here.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Jana, no. But Kemp is going to take a decent chunk of points lead in his game now with that double running. The opportunity to expand it quite a bit.
Yeah, that punch by Jana looked really good out of her hand. I think one of those where you threw it well, just ended up right on the nose.
Yeah, just a little bit too much extra rotation on it and just pulled it right in instead of crossing it.
Good cover.
When you change that rotation, pulls it in more, and you change the angle in which you're hitting the head pin, right? It just doesn't split.
Well, and especially like on a Sunday, like depending on if Chad did the lanes in the morning or not, which I would probably doubt. But yeah, the oil's probably dried out quite a bit too, so it's going to grab a lot earlier.
Power chop.
Yeah, 10 in the pit. Much better shot for Mark, though.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I don't know what it looks like normally, like how much movement there is, but her ball is definitely. Oh! Both teams just not having a great time after the commercial break here. But 8, 9, and 10 is where stuff can happen, so.
Yeah.
It looks like Mark's just a little short on the shot. He's just not getting it all the way through.
And Scott being on the double here. Big shot for the match and to try and bring in some totals.
Three punches that frame. It takes a lot of momentum away. They got to really grind down next frame and start it up again.
Mm-hmm.
That one didn't look just didn't look quite as smooth as the previous three. Almost looked a little forced at the end. Didn't get that good finish. So it could be a 63 pin difference here if Scott pins this up and an extra strike to count for the Bombers. Big pins for the match, though. 15 will give him ahead by 2.
Yeah, that double for Adam is basically the only separation between the two, right? 2 spares on each side, and then the double for Adam. Plus, of course, the existing point difference.
So difference in 23 in this top match. Both players on spares.
Okay. Huge ball from
that was a big
Sean.
shot.
And what will be a big half for Chad if he can pull it out here.
Almost like he knew that right out of his hand.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Everybody complained to Tim for stealing the Wi-Fi signal.
Streaming cartoons.
Streaming cartoons.
Strike would keep Randy within 7 in that match.
Oof. Got a bonus at least. It just seems like everybody's kind of just pushing that extra little bit, just a little bit too much on the shot instead of letting it roll through.
Everything was going great. They got to the halfway point. They both realized they're all bowling great. They need to keep it up, and then you get that little bit of extra gecko finger on the ball, or you can't let go of it, or you hold on to it too long and a little bit rush the line. So another chance for Janet here. They kind of swapped head pins basically, so she's going to throw the strike here and start to catch up.
Yeah, 2 marks, that makes it close for her. If she throws a double, she can take the lead.
Oh, wow. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I'm surprised that they haven't looked at a sub with some of the matches here.
Yeah. There's so many close ones.
Yeah. Well, and you can't really take much away because it's not like people are missing the middle at this point.
Mm-hmm. Well, Steve, you really called it earlier when you said sometimes the two bigger teams playing each other are a little bit can be on the lower end of the scoring. I know we're not done yet. They had a really good start, but things have definitely slowed down.
Still over 1,000 for the 8, so yeah. It's
just not going to be like 1400s.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, the Dynamite can't find the pocket. Just on the nose or a little thin.
The fact that they have 3 chops in the same frame.
Yeah.
Playing a little bit too thick.
Yeah. Oh, Mark got the right pocket.
Yeah, it's more or less hitting on the front. They just got to try to get it a little bit further back on the middle just to get that extra push off and explosion on the pins.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't look like it's too far off.
Oh.
Yeah, it's a much better shot from Scotty.
Yeah, good stuff on that one for sure.
So less than 95 points dividing them.
Yeah.
3 strikes, for the Bombers to the 2 strikes or 1 strike and a spare. My gosh, math. And but 9 and 10 can mean a lot. So and a lot of close games. Almost all of the games are super tight.
That's a huge one for Sean.
Yeah, that probably ends that one. Especially Chad needs a spare here, no doubt.
Yeah, Chad needs a spare and still gives him the chance in 10.
Yeah, he's only got 271 left, though. Sean would have to really get a terrible count. So Sean will probably have the chance to freewheel for totals in 10.
Good spare, though. If you're ever you had to get it to at least have a chance, right? So, Steve putting another double up on the board.
You got to avoid the powerful snort in 10.
And Steve's showing he's still a solid player. Probably doesn't play as much anymore, but he's been on TV when they did TSN or CBC shows, and been really good for a long time.
I think Adam should be really. I know that was kind of like choppy slow motion, but that was thick.
Yeah. Well, it kind of looks like he put it down really hard into the lane too, so that probably took off all the rotation that he had on the shot.
Yeah. Another half for Randy there. There it is.
Much better from Deanna.
Yeah. Well, we got rid of the chops and the head pins, and we started throwing corners.
It's a very given place today. A little alphabet soup.
Oh.
You don't see that too often.
Mm-hmm. A little bit of energy.
So now Aaron will have to throw a strike to stay within 10, but now total's creeping a little further for the Bombers now.
After the Dynamite, you got to make sure you get these marks to set up 10 and just hope for some luck.
Good one.
He knew
Like that one. Great shot for Mark. Now Scott will have to throw a strike to stay 2 up.
Absolute bomb of a ninth frame for the Bombers.
Aptly named.
I had to think about it.
I thought that was enough. I thought it was going to be one of those slow falling corners.
Here I am bowling at Heritage. I'm like, I'll take that. I would just be happy to have the corner. All right, halves it up. The marks are there. Obviously not. I mean, those doubles are really imposing on the Bomber side, right? But
And not that we want anyone to watch a different feed, but the fourth match on the other side has a 410, 380 potential if both players were to strike out.
It's an unfortunate break for Chad. But also a big shot for Sean to get that push out.
so Sean will claim that's first point. And he gets to pad the score a little bit more.
Yeah, no careless whisper on that one.
Yep.
Right on the beak. Put that saxophone away, fella.
Yeah, that would look good. Yeah.
Well, that's what I mean too. Now that they have advantage when it comes to the frame, they could put the extra pressure on the Bombers.
Mm-hmm.
So Sean will expand his 301 average for the season.
Solid shot.
Not by much though, right? Sean is already like threes, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
And that's due for the Bombers.
Yeah. And again, with both these teams, early in the season, but chasing each other in the standings, every point is almost worth double.
Yeah. Oh, and that's what I mean too. For the Dynamite, you want to give yourself at least a couple out of this if you can. But the way that it's set up, it's a tough sell right now. You got to really grind out to get this finish. Great for Jenna.
Sorry. Give Steve his points.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Maybe this break between games for them is what they need. Kind of regroup. But yeah, everybody on the Bombers has just played really well this game.
And not to be a spoiler alert, in the other division, totals was just decided by 24 pins, and the team that had a 706 double on the bottom did not win.
So if you're
So
hanging out with us today, because I know a lot of you are, it's 72.
That's a good one to go back and watch.
Yep, you should maybe switch back after we're done our stream and watch the other side, because it sounds like there's quite the set happening over there. And that was the Crushers Pin Slayers, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Now don't leave here, even
No. And I try not to give too much away, because I know some people like Bill Brooks always go back and watch the other one, and I got trouble for a bad spoiler alert. But
as crazy it is as it is, I usually go and make some food after this one, and then I throw the other one on and do something with it on the background. So I get my full fill
got a match.
That's a huge shot for Aaron.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Heidi needed the strike there to.
Yeah, that's basically it, right?
Yeah.
Yep. Aaron's got it by 2 right now.
Well, sorry, she's got 278 left, so Aaron would need 5.
Yeah, okay. You're right. Hold up. I was a little quick on it. I forgot the double count on the strike. That's what happened. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
The nickel. It's enough.
You played it up for the TV. You made it exciting.
He threw that ball and he was like, please take 2.
Like, don't cherry.
Great game, though.
Yeah. It's a big finish for Aaron to get that point now. See if Scotty can grind out and try to get this one finished as well.
He's got 298 left, which would force Mark to get the first strike.
Whoa!
Oh.
Wow.
That's a huge count. That's a huge count.
Come into play.
Yeah.
Over and above what should make the spare easier.
He knows it. So I was wrong about that 1400. We did have the Bombers for a nice big set. There's the spare. Okay.
Big shot.
Great shot.
Yeah. No, you just got to put up everything you can, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Good shot. Drop to tie, aces to win.
Nice big 1478 though from the Bombers. What a great showing.
Yeah.
Low game of 278.
This is a solid team game.
Yeah. Oh no. That means Mark will take that one too. 7-1 to the Bombers. All right. Let me pull us out of here. I see TV going to find a quiet place. Quieter place. I'm pretty sure that place is probably pumping with the games that were just thrown by both teams there. So
That's what I mean. It's hard to go against when you have a team that's flowing like that. Like everybody in that lineup was playing well. So,
and again, the Dynamite had a great run in the middle of the game there, and then just went 12 or 13 players without being able to throw enough strikes. A bunch of punches, a bunch of chops and corners.
Yeah, just it seemed like it was a good game for both teams, and halfway through, and looks like the Bombers ended up finding their line for the last three and just went to town. It's a solid team game for the Bombers, but
speaking of which, we'll start with you, Aaron. Kind of a similar feel to that first game, to be honest.
It's just a tough day sometimes when you're gonna punch, more than 10 times a game. You hope everything else is strikes and hung a few corners. It's tough, right? Like there's no margin in this league against any team that you're playing. Punching over 20 times in 2 games, usually you're not going to come away with a ton of points. And if we're being honest, it's a fun match to play, and we were happy to come out with one.
Yeah, absolutely amazing set there. DV throwing the big 1400, just under 15. So everybody was bowling great. Low game of 278.
Yeah, we hung in. I mean, obviously, we actually didn't really watch a lot of the scores this time from Dynamite. Sometimes we're a little bit scoreboard watchers. So today we just we could see the white in Dynamite score and knew then when the last bowler switched to the top. So just consciously made an effort to stay focused on our team game and execute and stay positive in their process. And the team played unreal, right? Obviously tough for Aaron to not get in, but he's such a good team player that he knows, hey, when we're rolling and we're doing it, that's a huge win for us. Obviously the one game, but for us to go 7-1, 1473. The other thing I'm super proud about, guys, is our 10th frame. If you look through that, every bowler had 30 or more in the 10th frame. So that's clutch finish that we can take into next game. Obviously Dynamite, kudos to them. They hung in there and pushed. The last 2 bowlers, obviously, Aaron, you came back and finished. Scott had a chance there too. So kudos to them to keep pushing it. But yeah, really, we stuck it together as a team and really focused on what we were doing in that game and just Bomber style, right? Just do our thing. Set a big one.
Yeah, and that'll be the last games for both of you gents today, Aaron. The day probably not going as desired, but like you said, it is what it is. You throw those mid-12s, and so this is kind of what happened.
2,500 for our 2 games. Under our average, of course. Like we would have wished we played better, but I don't think any team in this league can expect to shoot 2,500. And if you do that, come out above 500, you're going to be lucky. It's just it is what it is. So I think we're back next week with 3 games, and we kind of know what not to do.
And you're still 5 points above 500 for the season with lots of games left, so still in good shape.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Not every day is your day. You just want to live to fight another day. So we'll be back next Sunday.
And DB, you were saying before we started, based on the results of this game, it's going to be clear or foggy. I guess it cleared up a bit.
Yeah, it cleared up a little bit, but there's still 5 games. There's still lots of work to be done. By no means are we clinched, but this certainly puts a good feeling in our step for the next couple of weeks. We can see the path. We can start to see where things are headed. ultimate goals, make the playoffs. It's such a hard league, guys. There's so many teams that deserve to be making playoffs, 26 teams, 13 on each division. We didn't make the playoffs last year, so that really is our goal this year, is make the playoffs. And then anything can happen. We know that there's some great teams, but there's a few teams that aren't going to make it that are absolutely playoff worthy teams. But we're setting our goals and we're going to go get it.
It's a lot of teams sitting around that 500 with games left. So, yep.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks so much, guys. I'm going to run the next commercial break, and we'll get the next one going. We're going to have the Minto Maniacs play the Kingpins.
Right on.
Thanks, guys.
Hey, guys.
Yeah.
Have a good one. Bye.
Cargill is proud to be supporting a truly Canadian sport like 5-pin bowling. We look forward to watching some great competition from many competitors and bowling centres across our country. With hundreds of locations across Canada, Cargill is committed to helping the Canadian farmer thrive. Whether it is selling commodities, getting agronomic advice, fertilizer needs, crop protection, and marketing expertise, Cargill is here to help. So please enjoy this bowling. Thank you.
Financial freedom begins with financial literacy.
Hi, I'm Dave, and I'm thrilled to be a sponsor. My journey began as a teacher because of my deep passion for education. I brought that same passion into the financial world to help families achieve financial freedom. Financial freedom isn't just about having more, it's about knowing more. That's why I'm here to help you make smart decisions with insurance, investing, and lending, all in one place. I'm Dave, and together we'll help you achieve financial freedom.
Right. Normally, I'm used to saying we're halfway through, but not this time.
40%.
We're in it for the long run here. That was a huge set from the Bombers there, taking 7-1. Not like the games were absolutely awful, but it's a bit of a rough day for.
Yeah, just a couple bad breaks where it's not like they weren't hitting, right? You get a couple frames in there where you're throwing a good shot, you're just hitting the front side, and you're getting a chop instead of a corner or a strike. So the ball was there, but the Bombers were just throwing better balls. That's what it came down to, right?
Yep. So, all right. Next game we've got the Maniacs and the Kingpins. The Kingpins going to be in all three final games today, so this is their time now.
Yep, it's going to be good. They've only played 5 games, just below the 500 mark, but 7 games to go. And, there are a lot of teams bunched in with just over 500, so a chance for them. And the Maniacs come in 39 and 33, so a huge game for them. One and done for them today.
Yep. Get them in here. Hello.
Morning.
So Tracy's out today. Sean has, and I should clarify, Sean Dino is coming in from Mexico today.
That's dedication. You know, us Seans, we're dedicated. Only the
That's
ones that
normal.
spell it SEAN though.
Okay.
There it is
Wow.
already.
Y'all being
No,
evil.
yeah. Someone had to do the job, so I might as well tune in for Mexico. I'm gonna watch it anyways. So here we are.
No, nobody had to be rude this morning. Fun fact.
Yeah, that was a choice. That was a choice. Yeah.
Where's my Tracy? She doesn't wear a hat. I want her back.
Yeah.
All right. Well, anyway, Maniacs coming in for the one game. You got 3 games left. This is huge for you guys. Let's be honest, right?
Yeah, definitely. We are in the hunt, and the one and done match. It'll be interesting, but it's kind of nice to see some of these teams that still have quite a few matches. Like this is a big moving day for a lot of people. You know, you got the Kingpins getting a few more matches in, and that'll kind of build a little outline of their fate. And same with the Bombers. They're playing a big match the last game there, and I'm hoping we just keep the ball rolling because it's been a couple good weeks, and I just want to see that continue on for us. So I'm really excited to see how this unfolds for us today.
Yeah. Well, thanks, Sean number 2. If I go over to Sean number 1, how you guys feeling today?
Oh, we're good. We're ready to go. Excited. Just play 3 games, and like he said, it's kind of you're getting down to the point. It's do or die. You gotta put some numbers up today so we can get some points and get back over that 500 mark.
Yep. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, you guys have a whole lineup today with the 3 next games, so you can really move things along.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
the hype video built up to this.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Every commercial break, you guys are just.
I was thinking, what a power move that is. I need to get a little ad spot in there, you know, just really taunt people, especially on the days that we play them, you know?
Yeah. In your face.
Yeah.
Not to mention that Sean number 1's name is on the division.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
that too.
Yeah. So I guess I don't have that yet. We'll
Oh,
get
and I don't go on holidays when our team plays.
Yeah.
Damn. All right. You know what? Let's get the Maniacs line up before this gets too spicy.
All right. So leading us off today is Zach Nilsson. He's been getting that leadoff spot for us, so we're going to keep him there. Following is Krista. Then we are kind of switching it up a bit. We got Michael Wist in the 3 spot. Lonnie Akers back from injury, so he's going to be playing today. He's in number 4. And Jack anchoring it off for us because he's also been pretty solid for us down there.
Mm-hmm.
So, and we are injury stricken and players are missing for work, so we are running with 1 emergency spare today. It's Michael Pelahati. So he should, if need be, should come in clutch for us, but we'll wait to play that card if we need to.
I like how the players are missing for work.
And he's in Mexico.
Well,
Yeah.
we've got. Well, I'm not missing for work. I'm MIA. I'm out of country. But Tracy's working. And Dawn Mardell, she's working in Dallas. Vandell, he's still stuck on injury. So
You couldn't find
I
a
feel like we're
5-pin
okay.
lane there and set up a camera and I could just switch it back and forth?
Yeah. We're like the MLB here. We got so many people on the IL. It's insane.
And Sean, how you guys looking?
And bring people in for playoffs.
Well, we're going to change things up because we're missing a few people. Gino's going to lead off. Coral in 2-hole. Scott in 3-hole. Myself in 4-hole. Eric Cho's playing anchor. On the bench is Anthony. We have an emergency spare as Jen is down and out for who knows how long. So we got Natalia as the emergency spare. And then Greg and Robert are both at senior provincials, so we're missing them too.
Okay. All right. Is everybody ready to go?
Let's do this.
Let's go. Good luck, guys.
Good luck in Mexico.
Thanks. Oh, it's better that I'm here and not there. I promise that.
I'm sure.
All right. So, Steve, I've kind of decided you're going to do all the one gamers. So if you don't mind doing the Minto Maniacs.
Yep. The Minto Maniacs are Sean Dino, Zach Nelson, Lonnie Akers, Jack Mookley, Dallas Vandale, Krista Mulhall, Don Mardell, Michael Wist, manager Tracy Pitt, and out of Minto Bowl in Prince Albert, Saskatchewan.
And who's doing it, Cal? Me or you?
You can have it. I'll take the Snowmen for the last one.
All right, deal. All right. Sean Schwartz, Gene Zeworth, aka Gino, Jen Baker, Eric Jose, Anthony Street, Scott Klassen, Coral Nichols, Greg Gigliuk, with manager Robert Gallagher, bowling at Heartland Bowl. Right. Let's get everything done, and we are good to go.
Yeah, I didn't know there was going to be so many injured players for these two.
What is this scoreboard for the Heartland? It's like the birthday party bubble scoreboard here. Actually, it's surprisingly readable, though. Let's be honest.
Yeah, true.
That's the important part.
Yeah.
And I'm taking the manager or player on vacation thing personally, because 2 times ago for the Mayhem, I was on a cruise and I did not fill the I did not come on camera, which the daiquiris I were drinking were pretty good, so it was probably a good idea I wasn't. But I was helping the team remotely, let's say.
I'd like
From
to
the
see that, have Steve half cut yelling at the players for playing bad.
And just sitting on the top deck, sipping daiquiris and yelling at John.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll do a pretty quick start. Okay, I take it back. It's good when it's pink, but it's not so great when it's yellow. You can't. There you go. Left spare, strike. Zoom. Okay, there we go. That's not too bad now. Oh, that looks like a good half. Yep.
And are there totals?
Total. It probably won't count. Yeah, it doesn't look like they have a running total, based on what I can see. They will have a total, but it doesn't count current strikes, is what I can see.
Gotcha.
I'm guessing this is Tracy. Or no, not Tracy. Don. I don't know. There's so many people missing. It could be anybody. So.
So as mentioned, with the shortened rosters, it makes it a little interesting, a little more pressure on the girls that are in the lineup.
Mm-hmm.
Although all the Kingpins do have Natalia on standby with them, but yeah, Chris is going to be in for the whole game here.
Oh, and then like having the emergency spare for each team too. You know, it'll help out. Like for Minto's sake, like the way that Michael's been playing, like Michael played really well in Regina.
Yeah.
So if he gets in, maybe that's a plus for them. But do you waste it if you don't need it, right?
Yeah.
Just in case, you never know what's going to happen with where they are in the standings.
Oh yeah, there's Eric.
Instant energy.
Yep. Eric coming in as one of the singles players from Central for the Open. Gino doing a dance. Bill Brooks joining us in the comments here. It is crunch time. It's either we're closing up some people's season runs, or we're just kind of starting half of them. So
Yep. And Bill, I promise no spoiler alerts.
although I need, now that you mention it, I need to go check and see how the next one's going.
Just in case he's got a lead towards it.
I won't say anything.
It's not me that's going to break it, Bill. We'll go with Mitch on that one.
Yeah. They're a little bit ahead of us. They're actually in their commercial break. We did have a little bit of a pause with some technical difficulties.
Both matches had the little bit of pause at the start to get the scoring system working. So
yeah.
We'll just have a quiet one, maybe at the end of the game if it's needed.
Yeah. Gino kind of, the spare was good, but the 3-pin definitely hurts. If anybody spares this though, it's Gino. Yeah. Send that pinned over. Yep. We've got the weird dancing girls for a spare.
You can tell when that scoring system was made.
Yeah.
Jeez. And again, the Maniacs come in the season 39 points for, 33 against. Record-wise, I think they're 4-5, so they've had some big wins and some close losses. But to think that they're 4-5, and you look at the numbers they've put up.
Mm-hmm.
Sean Dino, 290 for 45 frames. Zach, 294 for 65. Lonnie, 255. Jack has been on fire, 320 for 62 frames. He's averaging.
Yep.
Dallas, 249 for 30. Krista, 236. Don, 272 for 41 frames. And West, 299 for 75 frames.
Yeah, and West had a particularly rough game in there too.
Yeah. But shows the power of the league, and we've seen it a bit the first two games where, the depth, and there's teams throwing huge numbers and not winning games.
Oh, that was a much better frame there for me.
Yeah, that's a pretty good frame for them. Every time those dancing things come up, I don't know why I think of that movie, You Don't Mess with the Zohan. Trying to be silky smooth.
Still lots of marks. Aside of the Kingpins. Whatever, Mitch. Sorry, Sean. Sean won. I know this feeling, Bill. I can barely ever make them live, too. Big 15?
Big 15.
Big 15. Where's Liam when you need him?
It's like the calling card for Henry to pop up and make a comment.
That's down. Yep.
And obviously both teams very deep, but Kingpins, as Sean mentioned, a bit of a change with their lineup with Jen not there. Jen's generally on the bottom for them. So solid.
Yeah, usually it's Eric at the top and then Jen on the bottom as the anchor, right? So
yeah, it's a good place to put Eric too, though. He's one of those energy guys that could go anywhere in the lineup, and he's proven to a lot of people that he can handle that anchor spot no problem too.
Oh yeah, and he's been on fire too. Wow. Okay. Yeah, he feels that. Yep.
Some guys get all the breaks.
Yeah, don't tell him that.
You get a story out of it, though.
Yeah.
Whoa, whoa.
Oh,
He's kidding. He's kidding. It's not even close.
it's not gymnastics. You don't have to stick the landing. Just stay behind the line.
Yeah. Gino's going to have the craziest game with and still pull like a low 3 out of it.
And getting back to talk about Eric on the bottom, as we mentioned in one of the earlier games, sometimes it's not about the 10th frame, it's turning the lineup over. So, sometimes energy on the bottom can be a good thing if you start rolling and turning it over to the leadoff bowler.
Yeah. Well, you can see Gino's having a great time, so he's bringing a bit of that energy at the, even if it's not like super serious, like, oh yeah, let's go, right? Like just breaking that if there is any negative energy, right? Breaking it and having a good laugh and apparently doing a little dance.
Yeah, and the atmosphere might be a little different knowing you're playing 3 games as opposed to 1 and done, right?
Yeah.
Maybe a little less intensity and more, we're in this for the long haul. Let's have a good day.
Ooh.
Oh, good shot. Cut through.
Ooh. Little bonus spin there for Krista.
See, the girls on the screen even dance when you miss. Like,
target audience. What time does the bar open? Like, what is spinning now? It looks like a wind turbine.
Yeah, it's like a wind turbine or a fan that's busted or something.
With like the golf ball pattern just kind of scrolling in the background with the dimples.
And a sunset or a headlight of a car or something.
That's quite the comparison to make a sunset or the headlight of a car.
Yeah. Double careless whisper.
With a cage match kind of going in the bottom right from like the WWE.
That's a couple second ball misses from Wisty. You don't see that too often.
Yeah, we haven't talked about it too much, but that second ball has been quite the plague for the Maniacs. We've had 4 misses on the second ball already this game.
That's a great ball for Sean.
Yeah.
Scoreboard likes it. Look at that dance.
Yeah. Only one person dancing because it only took 1 ball to get it.
Yeah.
Mommy, how come we can't watch the Kingpins Bowl today?
You're not old enough for that.
Until they turn the graphics off.
You got to put the age.
Okay, what's aces? Oh, okay.
Split. I was waiting for the person to do the splits.
Just some sort of Michael Jackson thing. Yep. Oh.
Oh,
try it.
You got a chance.
My dog does not like the fact that I'm laughing and not paying attention to her. Big 15 there.
Yeah.
So the Maniacs with the framework system does include marks into the count on the bottom of the screen.
Yeah.
The Kingpins does not. So
confirmed?
I don't believe so because it doesn't show in the frame total.
Yeah, I would assume not as well. I'm doing quick math.
680.
Yeah, it does not include the marks. So add another 45 points. But for anyone who doesn't want to do that math, that's 331. Gino, you shouldn't have proposed too soon.
Great shot. Jump the corner on the left side.
Yeah. He's making these marks count now after the second frame there.
Half for Zach.
Oh, he's been on target though.
Yeah.
Yeah, spare. Woo!
That's, looking at Gino's first shot there, part of the game that a little frustrating nowadays for people that don't throw that hard, where especially places with black bases where the pins just play a touch heavier, where some slower shots or shots with a lot of turn, can jump around the corner, which never used to happen unless you threw extremely slow or with really, really light balls. And again, I'm kind of showing my age, but
go back. We need to go back to wood lanes and free fall. I'll be happy.
Yeah. Oh, there's whisk. Yep.
That would be entertaining with some of the speed that guys throw now.
Yeah.
Just to watch the pins fly around.
That was always the fun part back when I was finishing YBC at some of the centers that still had that, and you're shooting pins onto the other lane and knocking them over, and
especially on double diamond, yeah.
Get that good old ping sound when you punch one straight up and it hits the machine.
Yeah. That's nothing like the sound of a cruncher on wooden pins, so.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm not having as much fun with the white bases for some reason. It seems like they slide and stay standing a lot more than the black bases, and it's kind of awkward.
When Sean walks it off,
don't even look at it. Cool guys don't look at explosions.
Yeah.
It's a great shot.
Much better frame though for the Maniacs here. Jack just spares this up. So we'll have marks, 5 marks for the 4th frame. And we're gonna have to do some fun math to give the accurate total for everything.
Good shot.
So what, plus 105?
Yeah.
60 plus 45. So 449. I know that Sean is listening, so he's well aware that the Kingpins are not including mark.
Big shot by Zach.
The 3-pin strikes again. Other side this time, though.
Looks like he just squeezed and pulled that one a little bit.
Oh. Ooh. All right, that'll be Gino's first open.
And again, just thinking along with Gino, those misses are more frustrating when you know you're having trouble getting strikes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right? You're grinding out, making all your spares, and then the bad shots just hurt that much more, that much worse when you can't throw strikes to make up for it.
Oh, a coral.
The coral.
That had some power.
Yeah, coral. She throws that with a decent speed. You can see how much she reaches out there, right?
See if Wisty can keep on it.
Nope.
All the misses too of being on the left side.
Okay, Scott pushes through that one. No corner up on that one.
Good half.
Much better. I know as throwing it back up almost my career, if I'm missing left, I'm usually ahead of myself and just usually a little quick and a little ahead of myself and then not finishing it at the end.
Mm-hmm.
Great shot by Sean.
Keeps his eye on that one. Oh, we got the turkey. We got 3 dancers? Yeah, we do.
Oh, turkey time.
Yeah. I'm waiting for like some generic 4 to come up for ammo.
Good half by Lonnie.
Yeah.
Yep. Right out of the hand.
What was it? 3 doubles and another strike to add to their total for the Kingpins heading to 5.
That's what, 150 on top, so 598.
Yeah.
I just noticed too that Eric was using the racers. I think that would be so distracting to use that ball because it would be almost like you felt like you had to get it the same way in your hand every time.
Yeah. For a second, I'll throw the actual up there.
Look at Lonnie fixing lanes. Like a team player, where everybody just yelled at him. It's like, you broke it, you go fix it.
Oh, great half though by Jack.
Good half. It's a good match, nice and close. Well, I guess we got all the
marks are counted in on Maniac side. Yeah.
Still,
So
nothing wrong with that start. They're still getting spares, so.
Yep. Well, we'll jump in that commercial break and we'll get them going again.
Cargill is proud to be supporting a truly Canadian sport like 5-pin bowling. We look forward to watching some great competition from many competitors and bowling centres across our country. With hundreds of locations across Canada, Cargill is committed to helping the Canadian farmer thrive. Whether it is selling commodities, getting agronomic advice, fertilizer needs, crop protection, and marketing expertise, Cargill is here to help. So please enjoy this bowling. Thank you.
Financial freedom begins with financial literacy.
Hi, I'm Dave, and I'm thrilled to be a sponsor. My journey began as a teacher because of my deep passion for education. I brought that same passion into the financial world to help families achieve financial freedom. Financial freedom isn't just about having more, it's about knowing more. That's why I'm here to help you make smart decisions with insurance, investing, and lending all in one place. I'm Dave, and together we'll help you achieve financial freedom.
I was a little bit late. And Kyle's not here either, actually. But I made sticky buns last night, so I did one of those up.
And it's a long day when you've only got 3 minutes, Birch, to get your stuff done.
And the dog wanted food, etc. Oh, Gino.
Roasted again.
It's okay, I was late too.
Yeah, Gino's having trouble carrying those full hits. It's almost like he's got to be just a little thinner. Oh, pulled it. Yeah.
Yeah. That looks like a good ball. Oh no. Obviously, that's your punishment for shooting a 3.
Yeah. That's how you get it, Gino.
I think that was an oopsie.
Yeah.
Yeah, but no frames of shame.
Yeah. Well played. She played it perfectly, other than losing the count on the double.
Yeah, but she is still way up in that mash too, so that's nothing major lost, that's for sure.
The screen was still dancing from the spare, so we're good.
I'm not going to keep the score updated for every frame. I'll just for every I guess individual game. I'll do it at the end of every frame. Great shot by Scott though, the double up there.
And it's easy enough to kind of easy enough to figure out too.
Mm-hmm. At least the strikes are counting as instead of running like zeros for more than 2.
Well, uncharacteristic. Wiss missed left a whole bunch, and Lonnie's missing right a whole bunch.
Yeah, it's uncharacteristic for them both.
Oh, so we did just get a giant 4 for the 4 in a row.
No dancing in the 4 corners.
Sean, thinking about the kids.
Minto can't seem to catch a break. They're just really flat right now.
And a turkey there, Eric. That's a good ball, though. Yeah. Okay, let me just bring this back up for a second. What is the new total here?
150, so 763.
763. I trust. Yep. No, that thick hit just won't push. So.
It's hanging in. Zach's got to clean up to get to 150 for 7. Spare strike. Gino can have 146. And that hurts.
Yep.
Now advantage to Gino.
It's a left. Gino ain't missing that one.
No. Much better ball for Coral there. Yeah.
And again, a little extra pressure on Krista here because she's in for the duration.
Good shot.
Good shot.
Yep. That strike definitely required if you're going to keep up. Just out.
Seemed like Scott took a lot extra time on that one compared to his usual.
Mm-hmm. I don't think he got it so much underneath him. Like when Scott throws, he really gets down and into it.
Yeah.
Oh no. That was better.
That was much better.
I'll take that total off because it's a little deceiving now.
Oof.
Yeah, the Minto is not having a good time.
No, just timing doesn't seem like it's there right now. And that's what I mean too. When you know you don't have those subs, it makes it that much harder because you basically have to force yourself to try to come out of it. So
yeah,
if you're overthinking, it's just going to take you out of the game. Great shot.
Yahtzee. Oh yeah. And these second balls are just a play.
Yeah.
Sorry, Lonnie.
And he mentioned Lonnie's been, injured a bit, and he certainly just does not look right today because he's always so solid.
Yep. Well, there we go.
And they keep rolling.
Handbound. We got Michael coming in for Lonnie. Using that emergency spare. 90, 120, 135. That's what, 838? Or, sorry, 938?
Yeah.
33?
It just seemed like,
yep, 33.
43?
Yeah, it just seems like he's just kind of like scooping it out. He's not really getting back in front, so I don't know if that's something to do with the injury that he had. Just trying to be a little bit safer in the shot, and then
He has a confusion. Michael went in for
or is he going in next frame?
I don't know. I guess
Because a lot he finished the frame, so
yeah. Zach said Michael went in missed. So
time change. It's taking extra time for the text to come through, I guess.
And only one sub, so that's always. All right, here we are. Frame 8.
To complicate things for the Maniacs, like none of their matches outside the top one look very, very close.
They're not looking
fourth one. Yeah. Or not the fourth one. The fifth one, Jack would need some help, but
Gino could not catch a strike.
Zach gets the late fall into a pin, and Gino gets to watch the pin just roll right into the other one again.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, sometimes it's just, yeah.
They look like they're just having a good time, I'll be honest.
Yeah. Well, and that's what I mean. If it's loose, it's a lot easier to play in, right? You don't have extra pressure. Having a good time, be able to laugh off a bad break.
I swear Scott just said to Carol, don't throw it too. And she started. That was not a 2. Great double there. Or Coral, not Carol. Sorry.
Oh, Michael came in for
West.
yeah.
Yes, yeah, that was. Yeah, Michael's went in for Whist, not Lonnie, so Lonnie will finish up this game. Ooh. That was close. Well, Scott though on the other side.
They're just starting to sprint now. They're running away. Nice pick by Lonnie.
Gino's got to be thinking a little bit. I don't mind getting all the garbage if you guys keep throwing strikes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 100%. That's what he's thinking. While simultaneously swearing at the left too. Ooh,
That's a bomb.
sticks back. I'm still sad though. We don't just get like a copy and pasted dancing girl 6 times on the screen for.
Just 6 of them pop up all of a sudden.
Yeah. Perfect game is just 12 of them.
And if you're the Storm Strikers knowing you're playing them next, you might as well just be thinking, just go off the sheet, boys and girls. Get it out of your system.
Yeah.
Well, that's a scary part too when you're looking at this team because especially the bottom 3, you know that those 3 guys, like they're field bowlers. If they can lock this in, that's pretty hard to go against.
And it's tough when you're down 160 and they've got 165 to add to it. So they're at 11-11 heading to 9.
Well, at least say that was the only deserving corner that I think Gino had that game. That was a thick hit, so pretty sure he's happy with that one.
11-11 after 8.
That's what I had. Yeah.
Oh, let me just move it. It doesn't fit. Hey, and he spared it.
He just wants to see the dancing girls. He's fine.
He's gonna crack 230, 240, 230 without a strike in the whole damn thing.
Yep.
Oh, Coral is on fire too. No, this is a great showing from the Kingpins, of course. And a good start to their 3-game day. But frame 8 was good. Frame 9, okay. But the Maniacs definitely having a struggle with this one.
Yeah, it just can't seem to get anything going. Like there's been a couple of moments in there, but it seems like every time they find it, they get it taken away with a punch or a miss. Great show.
And they're just throwing.
If you've got 3 people struggling and the other team's got 1 or 2 people going, you can kind of overcome that sometimes. But when they've got 4 people just throwing the runs.
Yeah, it makes it tough.
Yeah.
Oh,
somebody's hungry.
Her brother and sister came in from upstairs, so she heard them run in, so she got to freak out.
Now Michael is in there though.
Yeah. Well, he, like I said, he's been playing really well this year. So
he's got a chance to have a 450 average if he bangs out this game.
Lonnie with the unfortunate punch there, and unfortunately Sean left the corner up.
I like after Sean got that corner too, and he looked at Gino with the ball. It's like, do you want to throw at it?
Yeah.
So Eric can't let up here because Zach's still got 314 left there, or Jack, sorry. Pulled that one a bit, didn't quite finish it the same.
It just looks like the one. I got the chance at the one.
Yep. Gino's going to throw, or if he's going to watch.
He's gonna throw.
He's not in a huge hurry.
Great shot by Zach.
Jumps the corner again.
At least that time it was ball side. The ball jumped in front. It wasn't the pin rolling into it.
Mm.
But still, it's got to get frustrating after a while.
So even with Zach's first strike, if he'd gone side, he only had 243. So Gino could have thrown a double there to make it exciting.
Still doesn't miss lefts. Yeah. 8 corners in one game. That's insane. Corners or snorts.
He's probably thinking, I didn't want to waste a strike on that last one.
Just pitch it outside just to make sure.
Yeah.
That's a good fight by Zach that game to come back, right?
Bye.
And he's also coming off a big, successful tournament in Regina as well.
Yeah, he played well as well.
Mm-hmm.
Then he had to match up against Michael. So they had a little friendly action going against each other.
Good finish for Krista. Yeah, she was in a bit of a tough spot there, knowing she was hamstrung and she was in for the whole game.
Yeah. So Scott's double currently not counting in his totals. He'd be looking at 254.
Yeah. 75 gets him to 284, and Michael can only go to 261. So more or less, as long as he hits something every ball, it should be
Michael, though.
Yeah, keeping his 450 average alive.
Good push. Yeah.
Oh.
No. Great job, Michael, though. Coming in off the bench there.
Good way to come in and finish strong.
Drops his average to 417.
Ugh. We're going to have a really big set here for the Kingpins. Bonnie's going to get up there and just finish it out real quick. Yeah.
Wow.
Right? Gino's like, I missed all of mine for you guys. Remember this. Oh, wow. Can't believe Jack really left there. I think it was a little thin, but like. Yeah, of course, the power chop to
Thanks
finish.
for it.
I think it's pretty decided here, isn't it? 7-1. 339, 327, 218. I'm probably going to have 4 300s on the team.
The team has 27 strikes so far, and Gino didn't have any of them.
Oh my!
Look at his face.
Wow.
Gino's like, yep. Anthony and Natalia just watching the show. Oh, the ace. Oh my gosh. Great game.
Yeah, great game by Sean.
All right, we're just going to finish it out. We've already crested fresh at 15-16 right now. So spare doesn't count again. He punches, of course. All right, he just needs 5 points for a 300. He can do this. Yeah, there it is.
Gino's just happy not everybody on the team beat him by 100.
Yeah.
Yeah. Still nothing wrong with throwing a 15-30. Like, that's crazy.
Oh.
And he gets the bounce.
Yeah. 306. Wow. 1536 to start the day. That is intense.
That is gross.
All right. Gonna bring Sean in. And other Sean is coming.
Hey guys.
Well, that was a rough one.
Oh. That's put lightly, I suppose. I don't want to be on vacation anymore, guys.
Is it an all-inclusive? You could just go drink it away.
Work doesn't even stress me out this much. Oh my god.
How's Mexico?
Well, the beach is looking a lot better. I think I might have to go get about 5 shots of tequila to calm me down here.
You are welcome.
Well, the drama was pretty much over early.
It was, yeah. So
Gino kept the drama in.
Gino just took everything that you guys needed to throw bombs. He took all the garbage.
Oh, 8 corners and 3 3-pins. What better for Gino?
Yeah, we appreciate all the corners. I mean, it helped that match at least, but yeah, like Kyle said, he took all the garbage so everybody else could really kind of just roll with it there.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
Well,
knowing
that's he
Gino,
probably chirped you when you got aces there in 10.
Oh yeah, absolutely. He was right behind me, and he got a special letter. I didn't want to say it too loud because the camera was there, but he got told.
Keeping
it's
it
okay.
PG.
Yeah, the audio's off, so don't worry, Sean.
Okay, good.
But
Sean, that puts you guys at 40 and 40 with 2 games left. So 2 big games. You never know.
Yeah, we hope we can really kind of make something happen the last 2 matches. Well, we got the Bombers and we got the Revengers. So I don't know if they strategically put Regina against us that last match of the season. That'll be an interesting one. Province rivals, I suppose. We'll see how that goes. But we've got a bit of a break because that's the very last week of the season now before we play again. So time to regroup and really come back at it to, maybe sneak into a playoff spot that very last second of the season.
yeah. So yeah, you're not out of it. 2 more games, 2 big wins, and you guys make a good shot at it, right? So.
Oh yeah, it's still very much there. So we'll see what we can do.
Okay. Well, I am running late as per usual because I like to talk. So I'm gonna get that commercial break going, and we'll get the next one going. Thanks, guys.
Okay, good luck, Kingpins.
Enjoy the beach.
Yeah, just go drink tequila. It's fine.
Cargill is proud to be supporting a truly Canadian sport like 5-pin bowling. We look forward to watching some great competition from many competitors and bowling centres across our country. With hundreds of locations across Canada, Cargill is committed to helping the Canadian farmer thrive. Whether it is selling commodities, getting agronomic advice, fertilizer needs, crop protection, and marketing expertise, Cargill is here to help. So please enjoy this bowling. Thank you.
Financial freedom begins with financial literacy.
Hi, I'm Dave, and I'm thrilled to be a sponsor. My journey began as a teacher because of my deep passion for education. I brought that same passion into the financial world to help families achieve financial freedom. Financial freedom isn't just about having more, it's about knowing more. That's why I'm here to help you make smart decisions with insurance, investing, and lending, all in one place. I'm Dave, and together we'll help you achieve financial freedom.
All right, here we are. Just before we jump into the next one, Gino did in fact throw a strike during the commercial break. So, yeah.
Yay!
All right, let's jump into the next one. Hello. Oh, you're back, Andrea. Hello.
Yes. Hi, how are you?
Good. Work's over?
Work's over. I did
Perfect.
get to watch the first game, though.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah. The the Kingpins coming off a big win there and a big score. Let's be honest, one of the highest scores that's been put up
Great
this
game.
season so far. Yeah. Gino sacrificing himself for the rest of the team. Very valiant of him. Sean's
Did
like,
throw a
yeah,
strike and
okay.
warm up though.
Yeah. Yeah. So, this is not the. Is this the last game or just the second last game for Storm Strikers here?
This is our last game.
I was like, yeah. Okay. So last game for the Storm Strikers. Going to try and go with a bang.
Hopefully so, yes.
Yeah. Kingpins, of course, don't want that to happen, or at least if that does happen, they also throw something big. So Sean just smiles. He's like, yeah, Mitch, thanks. But
try a repeat.
Yeah, right. Are you guys?
Sean, bit of a redundant question. Any lineup changes this game?
No, my name's not Robert. We will stick with the same lineup.
Is that why you're coaching today? Is that why I get a 15:30 to start?
Well, it's proving Robert. Well, he's supposed to be bowling at provincial, so
Okay.
Whether he went today or not is another story because he didn't have a good day yesterday. But I'm hoping he made the right decision and went and bowled.
Me too.
But yeah, no. The only reason I'm doing this is because he's bowling, and I forced him to go. He was second guessing his decision whether he was going to go, and I said, "You're going. We can manage without you for 1 week anyway. He'll be back next week." So.
Yeah. So far, so good.
Yeah.
So no lineup changes for the Kingpins. Can't say I'm surprised. And Andrea, I can see the lineup different from this morning. Do you want us to tell what your lineup is?
I do. No, we got, Erin came in off the bench, so she's going to go first there. With John second. Woodsy came in the last game. We're leaving him in third. Chris is bowling fourth, and Brown is fifth, and I have Dave and Brittany on the bench.
Okay. Yeah. Coming off of a bit of a smaller win this morning, but still 3-5. So,
yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Awesome. All right, let's jump into it and get game 4 on the road.
All right, good luck.
Yeah, play well.
All right, so we'll get the Kingpin splash up here. And we'll do this one again. We got Sean Schwartz, Gene Zebarth, aka Gino, Jen Baker, Eric Jose, Anthony Street, Scott Klassen, Coral Nichols, and Greg Gigliak with manager Robert Gallagher bowling at a Heartland Bowl. So there's 9 different people, and I think there's only 6 available. So, yeah. Okay. And we're going to jump back. Steve, if you don't mind.
Yep. The Storm Strikers, we got Brittany Witten, Aaron Morey, Ray Dunphy, Stephen Brown, Stephen Woods, Dave Hahn, Andrew Dunn, Chris Harris, managed by Andrea Harris at a Plaza Bowl in St. John's, Newfoundland.
Boom. Here we go. And I should also mention that I'm biased or anything. That the Kingpins playing out of Heartland Bowl from Stettler, Alberta, up here in Central. So. No changes. Huge set there. Always, we've had a 14 and a 15 today, so that always feels good. Oh, that was a good ball too.
Look at
that. What happened there?
It'll be dead, so we'll have to redo it.
Yeah.
I'd give them the benefit of the doubt that was going to be a strike, but
yeah, unfortunately.
Gino in another corner, and the other team's throwing strikes that don't count.
Damn.
just to rub it in.
Yeah. They cannot get rid of that mark there. Oh, I think he's getting hassled here. Yeah.
Finally missed the left.
There we go, Aaron. Yeah, not that time though. Proves he still got it.
Who was the first one to say that it's not like you haven't had a chance to practice it?
Yeah. So Aaron throwing basically 2 strikes in a row, because I have no doubt that first one was a ball. Oral. Oh, okay. Oh, that's a 5. Oh boy. Let me just adjust the Storm Strikers here. See a bit more Aaron's strike. Kyle, I think I'm going to need coffee too soon.
Hopefully we get some action starting here. Kind of a slow start.
I mean, we're barely into it, but yeah, the head pin definitely didn't. We got action with Aaron's. We got the reset. We got the double there. Oh, Scott with a bomb. Continuing on from last game. I know he threw a chop for his last ball, but like he's been all over it.
Again, the Storm Strikers this game going with 2 players that did not start their first game, but both Aaron and Woods really good off the bench to give them a spark that game.
Yeah. And they finished that game amazingly to take the win from Dakota Dynamite.
Yeah.
Because that game was neck and neck until basically the 9th frame. Other than Gino's miss too, so far so good.
Get the Mark train going. Oh, Eric like that.
Oh. All right.
At the partial duty chop going sideways.
Yeah. So we had AJ at the end of the last game throwing up the what a game. Bill coming in mentioning how important this game is for the strikers because they're kind of battling with the average pros at the bottom there for relegation spot. Not that you want that. And Tommy Tompkins coming in, throwing in Sean is money. You know what? Sean is money all the time. Okay. And he's the coolest cat about it. You want to know what excitement is? Don't watch Sean. All right, Gino with the right this time. That was pretty thick, though. Oh, Aaron.
That was a good shot.
Yeah.
So to Bill's point there, Storm Strikers came in 25 and 35. They're now sitting at 30.5 points with 1 game to go. Average pros are 22.5 with 3 games to go.
Mm-hmm.
So they're now 8 points of the average pros with 2 games in hand.
Yeah. Yeah, it is really tight. So this is really important for the Storm Strikers. Because they have been winning a lot of their games recently, but they have been like 5-3, 6-2. They had the 8-0. But most of them have been really tight. Oh, good count for a Coral.
And who was the other team that was at the wall? I guess Kingpins, but they got lots of games left. But like, were there any other teams besides Average Pros and Storm Strikers?
Here, I'll bring it up for a sec.
Knockouts are done with 35.5. So that's probably the new number for the average pros.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, knockouts at 35.5. Now, Storm Strikers have 30. Is it right? After their first game today?
30.5. Yeah, 30, sorry.
Should be 30, yeah. So they need 6 to pass the knockouts and really clutch their safety basically.
Yeah.
Great shot by Chris.
Ooh. Unfortunate, but still all over the middle. Of course, now we have a different set of dancing ladies. Okay. Making the strike count. Yeah, those three are kind of neck and neck. And the average pros have been throwing well. They've just been getting some of the short ends of the sticks, that's for sure.
We just get a Brad sighting. Look at that.
Yeah.
And a heavyweight tilt on the other side right now with the Crushers and Rock and Rollers. So Rock and Rollers and Storm Strikers playing at the same time, and looks like they've got the glow bowling on at Sherwood. So
Yeah, it immediately came on after the Bombers were done.
yeah,
like I turned off the camera to go to us, and it was on.
Yeah, Sean's shot today is just looking effortless.
Yeah.
It was such a big first game, and then playing 3 games in a row, and then only the emergency spare and Natalia on the bench. Kind of an interesting scenario for the Kingpins to see whether they can keep it going, or if you get on such a high and then start to run out of steam. There's not really, with the short bench, not a lot to do about it. But obviously a great start, and they're hoping not to worry about that. And Eric, keeping it dramatic for the viewers. Anybody can hit them in the middle. We appreciate just tickling those and making it exciting.
Eric with the Street Fighter flying knee kick. Come on.
Could be.
Hey,
No. He just can't even. Oh my gosh. I just don't want him to get pulled. I just want to see it I want to eventually it's going to happen, Oh, there it is. Let's get out. And then Aaron on the other side with a 5 spare. Hurts the counts a little bit, but at least spared it up.
But Gino's also got to fight the urge. It's got to be frustrating throwing that many shots and leaving the corners, but he'll be more upset at missing the spares, I'm sure.
Yeah.
At
some point, it's funny up until a certain point, and I think we might be reaching that point.
Especially when in both matches his opponent has missed the middle a fair bit the first time, but basically every time they hit it, it's a strike.
Yeah.
It seems.
Now Aaron's doing a lot better, so that actually might, apply some pressure.
Because Zach last game, I think, had a couple misses and a couple punches, but every time he hit the side, it was a strike, pretty much.
Well, Zach and Gina were basically neck and neck until frame 6/7, and then Zach threw the double and a big count. I think a spare after that, right? Yeah. And that was where the separation was. We do not have the marks counting in on the Kingpins again. So Andrea, I don't know. Actually, I don't know if you can hear this, but
that almost bounced out too.
It did, yeah. the Powerballs are just pushing. Eric. I'm going to be honest. Sean hasn't had to rely on any pushes. His balls have been money.
Oh, and that's what I mean. Like Sean's been playing that left side, and it's just kind of floating in and just destroying it. Like he's getting such a good bounce off the ball side, like to the 3, that they're like no doubters.
Other than that ace and 10 last game, that was about it.
Yeah, but that's the only one that he's kind of hit on the right.
Yeah. Yep. Oh, it fell off.
It turned into a job.
Oh. Everybody kind of thinks.
Yeah.
Ooh. Frame 3 not being good to everybody.
Still clean.
Do the scores here again.
Right now, 273. 46 sticks heading into Eric.
Yeah, I'll put it up after me. See what Eric throws this one here. That looks good, yep.
I think Gino's going to get his first strike here. It'll be thin right pocket. Ball's just going to take out the corner. Got faith.
I like it. Okay. Left pocket. Okay, you can't expect it on that one. That was pretty thick. Three with 4. No doubt. He's back.
Kind of shocked he's just not going up on the other lane and just trying to get it out of his see what the difference was between the practice ball and.
I mean, the strike I saw him throw in practice was on a different lane. That looked really thick. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, and the tough part for Gino too is other than a couple shots, he's throwing really well. And when you're getting the second best result you can get most of the time, you don't want to mess around and possibly make it worse.
Oh yeah, you don't want to do anything drastic. Like,
yeah,
might just be the fact it maybe just that little bit of extra reach on it to get a little bit of speed. That might be the only difference you can make where you're not taking too much out of it.
Yeah.
And his opponent has slowed down a bit too, so the gap isn't exactly running away from him.
And when the rest of your team's throwing the way they have been up till this game, there's not much, no reason to mess around too much.
Yep. This game's definitely not going as quick as the last one was, you know.
No.
Yeah. I think when you have to watch for right now is Coral, because if they do want to sub for her, they have to put Natalia, right?
Mm-hmm.
And no Anthony, no Greg, so Natalia would be the. I guess I should know this. Can Natalia only go in for Coral?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah. That's a fair question.
Because they don't have any other spares. So if
I guess it would have to be equal.
I don't
right?
see what the difference would be.
I mean, I guess unless they keep Coral in and then just have two girls.
Because Natalia's the only sub they have.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Anthony was there with his gear
Oh,
on.
was he? Okay.
Yeah, he was there.
Okay, I thought. Okay. All right, it was Robert and Greg that were out, so Anthony is there. Okay. Never mind.
I didn't see him throw any balls, though. That's the only difference.
I've seen him in practice throwing balls. You guys haven't seen it, but I have.
Okay.
Oh, so much better by Sean on that one. The first one, he lost his footing a little bit. Great finish for the second half of Stormtrunker's team there. Putting a bunch of marks up on the board.
And good first shots for Aaron and Dunn. They just missed the spares. And it's hard to blame chopping the 3-pin.
Now it's trying to set up that rhythm before the break for everybody and see what the second half brings.
Boy.
Just lay it down a little bit.
Go flat.
Didn't look like the same extension he's had previously.
That was much better. Yeah. He almost got the 3 with the slider and the 2 with the other 2.
Yeah.
That would have been a way to clean a head pin. All right. Big 5th frame here for both teams. So what, plus 30 points, so 407.
We believe in Gino. He's going to get a strike.
I mean, it's out. Yes!
Hey! Only took 15 frames. We got it.
And how many corners? He had, 8 last
11.
game? So
11 corners.
11 corners total?
Yeah.
Good gosh.
11 corners and 3 3-pins.
That's right. It was 3 3-pin.
That's insane.
What would it be like to hold the record for possibly the longest streak of consecutive strikes and the worst streak of not getting a strike?
That's insane.
Oh, yeah.
What was it, 26 strikes again?
That's my remembering is 26.
Yeah.
Like half a game, perfect game, half a game.
That's ridiculous. I think the most I had, and that was without a perfect game, was 18.
Yeah. It's like running one and then the other.
396, 388 or something like that.
Yeah. I think I'm 16 last 8, first 8, and Gino was 10 better than that.
That's just crazy.
I'm like 12 or 13. 6th and then 6th.
Oh, good shot. Little full, 3-pin just dies. Great frame for the Storm Strikers, though.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's starting to get some
up into the break.
Almost made it back.
It's funny how it goes on the other side, right? Just the one double I see. And last game, I think everybody had at least a 4-bagger other than Gino.
Yeah.
I mean, as long as Sean and Eric finish this one out for them, they'll still be in a good spot.
Yeah, they're at 467 right now. So, but there's a lot of marks to count on the other side. So, commercial break will be pivotal. Now we're zooming in on the UFO lights in the background.
It's just the extra close up on that fan that's under the thing, so you just see
right.
the broken blades swapping in.
And not to discourage people from watching our sponsors, but the other match I think is in the 10th frame right now.
Yes. Yeah.
We can go back there and then come back here for a game and a half.
See Sean. Oh, all right. 13 points. Puts him at 110.
If this is going to be what it's like when Gino gets a strike, I don't think the team wants it.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Go back to getting corners. We need strikes.
Yeah. They couldn't handle the culture shock, I don't think.
Yeah. With all the energy to celebrate that strike for him.
The requirements were too damn high. Oh, there we go, though. Eric doesn't care. And just so everybody knows, we're going to have Natalia come in for Coral in the second half.
Yep,
all right.
82 sticks.
Yeah. Yeah, because it's 498 right now for Kingpins, and then 561 for the Snowmen.
Yeah.
All right, let's jump into that commercial break.
Cargill is proud to be supporting a truly Canadian sport like 5-pin bowling. We look forward to watching some great competition from many competitors and bowling centres across our country. With hundreds of locations across Canada, Cargill is committed to helping the Canadian farmer thrive. Whether it is selling commodities, getting agronomic advice, fertilizer needs, crop protection, and marketing expertise, Cargill is here to help. So please enjoy this bowling. Thank you.
Financial freedom begins with financial literacy.
Hi, I'm Dave, and I'm thrilled to be a sponsor. My journey began as a teacher because of my deep passion for education. I brought that same passion into the financial world to help families achieve financial freedom. Financial freedom isn't just about having more, it's about knowing more. That's why I'm here to help you make smart decisions with insurance, investing, and lending, all in one place. I'm Dave, and together we'll help you achieve financial freedom.
Okay, now let's see. Oh, hello.
Hello.
Yay.
We see Natalia throwing her final warm-up ball, making her debut. She says, "Gino, get out of my way. Go throw another strike." Oh. Let's see. Natalia has recently moved to the central zone, and she was actually the number one qualifier for the ladies for the Open, so she'll be representing Central in the singles, along with Tammy Downey and Donna Gervais.
Very nice.
And she was on fire. Good haps to corner spares for Storm Strikers to start off. She got the Jen Baker shirt on.
Just kind of a relic and obsolete now anyway.
It doesn't matter. She's still going to be called Bakes at every tournament.
Yeah. Funnily enough, we have to do like the singles profiles for, all of our singles going into the Open provincials, and one of her greatest bowling moments, or however you want to think about that, is becoming friends with Jen Baker. So, how fitting that she wears her shirt.
Yeah, awesome.
Chris and Steve throwing some great shots there.
Yeah, don't let all my rambling on about the Central team take away from what Storm Strikers are doing, because sorry, Stephen, but they really like that commercial break.
Yeah. Another good frame to pile on for the Storm Strikers. And showing my age, I coached against Jen in the Youth Challenge Nationals at Sherwood Park. I want to say me and my wife Kathy were the coaches for Southern Ontario that year. I want to say that's 12 years ago.
Mm-hmm. It's amazing.
So I find it really rewarding. All the people that I watch through YBC Youth Challenge, and Kyle, you coach YBC National, so you can probably expand upon it too. But seeing some of the bowlers who are stars now, and we got to see them when they were like 10, 12, 14, 16, 18-year-olds.
Yeah,
it's rewarding just to see the progress they've made and the accomplishments they've been able to put forth through the years.
Yeah, and you get to see that with even like the kids from the other province that you're coaching against them and that kind of stuff. Just seeing the growth that they've had in the sport, we've been very, very lucky with the way things have worked out with like the kids that we've worked with when we were back home at Dakota Lanes, and getting to see a lot of those kids come out and they're playing cash tournaments and stuff like that. You can't have a bigger smile on your face when you're seeing somebody like Will Thompson throw 400 games in these tournaments and do well, and you feel very proud, and you're always excited to see them succeed.
Yeah. The big shot for Eric here, because points are starting to look a little slim here on the left-hand side.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Yeah, strikers seem to finally get back into the rhythm after that slow start and starting to take advantage on some of these punches that the Kingpins are putting up.
So if Anthony's available, and that's where it's hard because you've got Gino all over the middle and all over the side of the middle, and the other ones threw a whole bunch of strikes the previous game. So you have faith in that, but
Yeah.
we're running out of time to. There's even here another strike by Aaron. You're going to need strikes to catch her, and Gino only has one through 16 frames.
Another punch. Yeah, if there's any point to put somebody in right now, like almost be looking at that top match as being the one to put it in. Like I know, Scott's a little bit behind in his match right now, but he's still hitting, right? And he's hitting the side at least.
Yeah. And you have to assume you're going to need a small string of strikes to catch that first match.
Yeah.
Yeah. From 150 points behind, and the marks are stacked against them as well.
And also a different, it's a different scenario in 5PL as opposed to the Open and stuff where, people will be able to throw between games. And if you got bench players, they can warm up right up until they go in the game.
Oof.
It's kind of a different dynamic.
Yeah. Making them all count.
Great pick. This is a huge one for Scott.
Scott definitely variable amounts of time. Definitely paid off though.
Mm-hmm.
And with Woods punching on the other side, I'm not saying the gap is closed, but if you're going to start, that's when you do it.
Yeah.
Definitely a chance to get back within a ball.
Yeah.
You can throw a couple more. Ooh. Fortunate to trickle that and get the 3 pins of count.
I think just, Sean's, let's see what he does here first. Yeah, much better.
Oh yeah.
I was gonna say he's lost a bit of the pizzazz, but there we go. It's him throwing the strike there, followed up by Natalia. Really, I mean, she threw the first one, and Scott. But I think that had a lot to do with it. Ooh, and the head pins. Side by side. It's almost like they watched.
Advantage for Chris here is good count. He's still got a huge lead in his match.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this doesn't hurt Eric too much.
He says he goes through the hole and gets 20. And I'm sure, Kyle, you've stressed this a whole bunch with the young kids when you're coaching, but you punch a head pin on a string of strikes and you're frustrated, and how often do they go up and they're not set? They're more upset that they punched and they lose the count on the strike.
Yeah. And that's what I mean. Even I look at myself this year and a couple of the matches that we played, and I wasn't playing the best, but the 10th frame or whenever it was where I ended up punching, and I didn't really focus on, the setup and everything for getting the first side. The first side's always big, especially when you're under a count. So
yeah, it counts double, right? You only pick the deuce on your next ball, you've lost that three and count, and unless you're playing at a place with kickbacks, you've lost 3 for the frame. So you've lost 6 sticks, not just 3.
Yeah, pinning's winning, right? Like you always want to get the most that you can on every ball.
15 that Brown got there keeps him up 2 in that bottom match.
Oh,
Great job by
Aaron
Aaron.
throws a bomb. Gino goes too thin. That I think it's first chop for Gino.
He's just been too full a lot of times or too thin. He hasn't been able to hit the pocket probably where he wants to.
Great half though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's got to be frustrating for him watching everybody else hit it just about anywhere and get a strike.
We'll say though, that's one thing that the Kingpins have been dealing with, a lot of through the middles in this game.
Yeah. Storm Striker's still up about 130 here. Miss there gives Scott a sniff for that third match. If he can double up.
It just seems like she's putting it down a little bit too early. Just killing the rotation on that bounce.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Thanks to our angles for the cameras, you can see that that ball goes just right behind the 2. And big 15. Hey, actually, with Stephen Woods open up on the other side there, Scott can put a double together. That's kind of take control.
Yeah, even spare strike. He's up by 2.
Yep. Fair enough.
Good bounce back for Chris.
You know, he's kicking himself for that last frame. He's on his face when he knocked that one down.
Oh, beautiful ball.
Great shot.
Oh, there's a great ball by Tim Brown. But Eric's going to have to match that now. Or at least put something on the board.
Sean needs this one to potentially be down 18.
No. Yeah, he says, get me out. We have Anthony coming in for Sean. Frame 2, or ball 2 of frame 8. I'll just put that in the chat because I know Sean is also kind of the manager right now too. So. All right. So that'll be our final lineup for the last 2 frames for the Kingpins.
Hopefully, Eric can get back on it, make a game in this last match. It's a tight one.
Yeah. Eric typically coming in from the right and hitting on the left there, right? With his back up. But stay on. Oh, yeah. Good shot.
Solid half. You can add 60 to that total.
Yep.
Sorry, 75.
Actually, 75? Yep.
Yeah. So 795, 951.
Ooh.
Great shot by Aaron. Stranglehold on that one now.
I was going to say, Aaron's got that one now.
Well, that one even for team total on that one, that's huge.
Yeah.
Yeah. Andrew with another great ball.
Great half by Gino on the other side. That's with Aaron putting that double up, so it's gonna be rough.
Yeah, so basically it's just a matter of Scott really grinding. Sean still has a chance if he can get back on the middle, and Eric's still in his match, so
yeah,
still got the chance to get 3, but total's getting a little bit too far away.
And again, even though the last game of the season, just as this is impressive for the Storm Strikers to, 6 points here can keep them out of the basement.
Yeah, and just it's also putting up the fight, right?
Yep.
Great job by Chris.
Well, they're all, solid, accomplished players, right? And
oh yeah, like
and pride wise, that.
Yeah, seeing these guys compete, and the other Newfie teams got a lot of the bigger names on it, but these guys have been just as much of the events as the other guys, right? They're just
and it wouldn't surprise me. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me the Rock and Rollers finished probably a few frames ago if they're behind rooting them on too.
Yeah, well, and the first season's always the toughest one, right? Because you're not used to. Unless you have a team that has the players that have been in this situation before and understand what it's like, it's a different type of pressure to get used to.
Yeah. Big shot for Scott coming back there. Yeah.
Yes, big shot.
For sure. It's an adjustment, getting used to the format and everything. Like I said, I did a lot of commentary in season 1 and we joined season 2. So it was much less of a learning curve because I knew what to expect and I could kind of pass everything along to our players.
Yeah, that was the fun part in the first year because the first 2 seasons really I didn't want to take up a roster spot because I didn't know where I was going to be, and that just shows you how long it took to get everything settled again.
Couple points still up for grabs here.
Yeah, with that open from Stephen Brown on the other side, Eric has a chance to put a strike on and he'll actually be ahead.
Yeah.
Well, he'll be tied with 2 balls in hand.
Yep, totals is 890, so totals is gone.
Yeah.
It's almost 200.
And with Anthony's last frame, that one's gone as well. So
I guess that basically guarantees the Storm Strikers 6 points, which is what they needed to pass the Northern Knockouts.
It's a big shot by Eric. They can still keep those two games in play.
Yeah. So, Bill, if you're watching, math.
Yep, and that'll make it interesting for the average pros because they'll need more than 13 points their last 3 games.
Hey! Has he got 2 more in him? He's going to turkey the 10th here?
Oh.
Ooh. I'm not saying anything.
No.
But we did see Trump get 1 last game, so maybe that's what I'm thinking.
I mean, she's already at 246, right?
Yeah.
So
He can only go to 236. So
yeah.
I think the lineup question for the next game will require a little more thought for Sean this time.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked to see if we have Anthony in the lineup, maybe at the top, or like Eric's been playing decent at the bottom, so I wouldn't really want to move him.
It's a great showing for Aaron off the bench, really well their first game, and then 266 and a win up top here.
Yep, 100%. Oh, yeah.
It's just so effortless when Andrew finds his line. It just smooth shot.
Nice.
Yeah, just like the 450 he threw early in the year, like that game, all 12, there's no doubt about any of them, really.
Yeah.
Hambone. Thanks, Bill.
Nothing wrong with that. Coming big when his team needed him, so.
Yeah. So this match, Woods has 273 left. Scott's got the double working. So potential tie. Steven bangs out and Scott goes corner spare strike. Huge first shot, though.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That is also a handball.
We'll call this the hammy frame. Count.
So Woods 243 with 4 punches thrown in there. It wasn't
right.
from a lack of hitting it.
This one will go over to the Kingpins. Scott's got that one.
For those just tuning in, Kingpins had 15-36 their first game.
Yep.
And they're also playing the last game today.
Here, you can have a Yahtzee, Scott.
We don't need to see those dancers. We just want those numbers up there.
Lots of X's.
Watch somebody throw like 7 and then the 7 dancers pop back up.
Right, yeah. I swear, perfect game's got to be 12 little dancers, just copy and pasted. Whew.
Chud.
Yeah. Apply pressure directly to the wound. That's going to make Eric work a little harder. It's not going to be a freewheeling finish, eh?
Right. Yeah, as long as he sees the first, he should be still be decent.
Mm-hmm. Then Chris will take that one. Oh. It makes it a little bit easier for Eric now. Just need a decent count, right?
Yeah. A little bit of a regroup needed for the Kingpins before the last game, but see if Eric can get this one and get them that last point. But yeah, wait for the Storm Strikers to fight there and finish the season strong.
Eric just needs 555 to get to 220. which isn't always easy when you know that's what you need.
Right. Oh, he's good. Yep.
Yeah, just do that.
We're going to be 6-2 here.
Yeah.
For the Storm Strikers.
And solid finish for Storm Strikers, knowing that they needed a good game to, ensure they're not in the basement. So now they've passed another team and put up a number for at least one other team to try and get to, and 1293 and 6 points to finish the year. Positive.
Yeah, putting the pressure on the average pros, right? And knowing what you need going into those last few games too. That's
the Storm Strikers have effectively saved themselves because they're half a point ahead of Northern Knockouts now. So they are not in that relegation spot.
Yeah. So excited the camera fell.
Yeah, they're taking it down. They're done for the day.
Global is coming on.
Oh, wow, look at that. That was almost perfect coming back. All right. 6-2. Storm Strikers officially popping themselves out of that bubble spot on the bottom there. So that's kind of what they needed, right?
Yeah, good fight to finish the year, which is, always ending on a high note. So
yeah. Bill basically echoing what Kyle had said about average pros. The pressure is on the average pros now. So, all right. I have Sean here. I don't have Andrea, but I'm sure she'll be pretty soon. Hey, buddy.
That one was a little more challenging.
I was complete and utter dog shit. That's the best way I could put that.
You started off really hot. You have to double the start.
Fantastic. And then I saw Timmy comment, and I was like, "Oh yeah, you're right." And then I was complete and utter dog shit after that.
And Andrea,
Yes.
yeah, hi. That's a huge 6 points for you guys.
Yes, we're quite happy with that. We were six was the number we were aiming for, so we'll go with that for sure.
Yep, bump yourselves up in the standings ahead of the Northern Knockouts now, and that's the 2 finalized scores. So,
and that's what we were kind of saying for you guys too. It's a good way to finish the season and know that you guys fought right to the end and gave yourself, a chance to build going into next season, right?
Yes, thanks, Sean.
Well, and it just shows the strength of the league, right? You guys are well-established, talented team, and the fact that you're even in the bottom of the standings, just you've had some big scores thrown against you, and it shows the strength of the league as a whole.
Oh, definitely. And I mean, for us, we struggled early on, so it was nice to finish as big as we did the last couple of weeks. So, and we're hoping to be back next year for sure.
yeah, I think with the way I actually don't know, and I'm the one here who should probably know, but Steve, Kyle, you guys are player manager. Is the relegation just the last spot? Plays the winner of the other, the coming in tournament, the play-in tournament, or is it the last 2 spots?
Last 2, as far as I know.
It's last 2, or depending on how many. I thought it was depending on how many teams they had for if they were doing another play-in.
And we haven't heard anything. So
right. So
I'll
keeping everybody guessing right till the end.
Yeah, all we heard was
then they just spring it on everybody.
Yeah, we'll have to maybe clarify just exactly how that'll work, as some teams are, have had all their games played, right, and they know where they're sitting. So
that's us.
Sorry, but it's not over yet. All right.
No, that's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
All right.
Thanks for everything.
Yeah, of course. Thank you for joining us today, Sean. I don't know, smack people upside the head. Yeah. I'm going to run a commercial break, and we'll get you into the last one here.
Sounds good.
See you later.
Good game.
Cargill is proud to be supporting a truly Canadian sport like 5-pin bowling. We look forward to watching some great competition from many competitors and bowling centres across our country. With hundreds of locations across Canada, Cargill is committed to helping the Canadian farmer thrive. Whether it is selling commodities, getting agronomic advice, fertilizer needs, crop protection, and marketing expertise, Cargill is here to help. So please enjoy this bowling. Thank you.
Financial freedom begins with financial literacy.
Hi, I'm Dave, and I'm thrilled to be a sponsor. My journey began as a teacher because of my deep passion for education. I brought that same passion into the financial world to help families achieve financial freedom. Financial freedom isn't just about having more, it's about knowing more. That's why I'm here to help you make smart decisions with insurance, investing, and lending, all in one place. I'm Dave, and together we'll help you achieve financial freedom.
All right, last game. We're only 15 minutes late, so you know what? Let's just jump into the next one. Sean's like running to the back. He's like, Mitch, I need some heads up.
No, I heard you. Fine physical specimen, I can run.
How's the Snowmen doing today? Coming in for the one gamer. Oh, we cannot hear you.
Muted.
Not muted, actually. Not muted.
Not muted.
Audio device? Oh. You keep talking and trying to figure that out. We'll go back to Sean here for a second. A bit of a rough game that last one. We all know that.
It was. Time to reset and go again.
Yeah. And I do see you guys have made a couple changes to the lineup.
We have, yes. Well,
actually, not really.
Only
bit of a less redundant question after that game.
Oh, another redundant one? We are changing the lineup. And it's not me. We're gonna throw Anthony up and pull Gino out.
I think they're gonna reconnect. Yeah. So
that was my guess on what was going to happen with the lineup, anyway. So.
Yeah, he's throwing well, but leaving a ton of corners. Right now, he's the guy that if you need off a bench to get some points, he's at least hitting middle. I need to be better and hopefully throw some more strikes, so then we should be fine.
Yeah, 100%.
It's a big game. Definitely need some points more than what we got last game, but like you said, this league's not easy. And there's no bad team in this league, and if there was, they wouldn't be around long, and that's why this league is so competitive with everybody. It's nice to see such a tough. Anybody can beat anybody.
Yeah.
Okay, let's try this again. We'll get some in here. Hello? No, darn it.
Wi-Fi in the basement.
No, yeah, we can see you for sure, but just no audio. Okay, quick, remove. Let me see here. Maybe, okay, so we may not get some audio for this game. Yeah, like cue cards, or maybe just throw the lineup in chat if you need to, and I'll throw it up there, and I'll say it. But so Sean, Your only change here is Anthony going in for
Yeah,
Gino.
we're gonna go Anthony, Coral, Scott, me, and Eric. Gino
Okay.
on the bench and Natalia on the bench.
Okay. And Natalia being here we go. Let's go in the private chat here. Never mind. It's just Kyle and them talking about missing each other. Great.
See if they get the lineup in there.
Yeah.
Jesse
Let's see if we get their
smiling.
I can sort of see it. It's actually really hard to see with the pause color of their scoreboard, but I know Jesse's first.
Yeah, Jesse, Amanda second, James third, Nogler fourth, and Trevor fifth. The bench is Matt, no Jen or Derek.
Okay. Sounds good. With that, we'll get this game going. Thanks, Snowmen.
Yeah, good luck.
This is better than the other one, Mike. Yeah. All right, let's get to it.
Thanks, guys.
All right. So, Kyle, it's your time, buddy.
Yeah, St. James Snowmen. We got Trevor Cook, Matthew Rodich, Jennifer Deviney, Jesse Leet, Kevin Nogler, James Jubinville, Amanda Deviney, and Derek Sanderson, with Mike Deviney as manager, playing out of St. James Lanes in Winnipeg.
Perfect. And Mitch again. Oh, that's me. Sean Schwartz, Gene Zebarth, a.k.a. Gino, Jen Baker, a.k.a. Schwartz, Eric Jost, Anthony Street, Scott Klassen, Coral Nichols, Greg Gigliak, manager, Robert Gallagher, with emergency spare, Natalia Langevin, bowling out of Heartland Bowl from Stettler, Alberta. Sorry, Natalia, I should have included you in the previous ones.
I guess we'll get a couple of short teams here on bench wise, because it looks like Jen and Derek are out. That was in our chat this morning, because I guess Derek didn't make the Masters teaching event because I guess his back was bugging him. So
okay.
And two teams looking to make the jump over 500. Snowmen come in 37 and 35 with 3 games left. The Kingpins, again, 15-36 to start with 7 points, and they came in 19 and 21. So huge first start, but then 2 points that game leaves them 28 and 28.
Okay, the Kingpins are sitting at. Okay.
Anthony doing his best Gino impression up there. Just kidding. Great job by Coral.
And I will give Sean a lot of credit for multitasking.
Mm-hmm.
I say it often. I can't imagine how hard it is. I know what it's like just to manage things, let alone having to do it and play.
Yeah, it's pretty tough to do, especially when it comes to like making the subs when you're in the game. Kind of being in the same situation this year with when Natalie had to go coach and that kind of stuff with our team. But yeah, there's a lot of other things to think about other than just your bowling, right?
Yeah,
100%.
I know, especially if we have 2 games back to back, we get to the 8th and 9th frame. My mind is like, like watching the scores, assuming everyone's still in the game and there's no more moves I'm already working lineups and stuff for next game, and so I have to worry about all that and play. That's why, like, the player managers we have, and I've mentioned it to Shane Chafe and how he does it.
Yeah.
And to play at that level, and from a managerial point too, because I've almost thought a couple times he's pulled himself too early, or if he's been on the bench, has waited a little longer to put himself in than someone else would have.
Mm-hmm.
Because there's that tendency not to make it look like you're favoring yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then you actually end up doing the opposite, and you actually end up hurting yourself almost because you're like, well, or because you have that power. Like, let's be honest, everybody's immediate reaction is to pull themselves.
Yeah.
You know, when they get a couple bad frames in a row, they're like, God, I gotta get out of this. Like, I'm sure so and so could do better or something like that. And sometimes that's not the case.
Yeah.
Oh, Trevor with a great shot there. Someone who's been playing very well this year, Trevor Cook.
Yeah, they've had a couple, like seeing the way that Jesse's been playing this year as well. Like Jesse at the start of the season, like, well, I think it was more than just the start, because there was halfway through and he was still averaging over 300.
Yeah, you look at their numbers. Trevor 315 for 90 frames. Matt's 254 for 69. Jesse 293 for 76 frames. Kevin 237. James 221. Amanda 249. Derek 226 and Jennifer 213. But it shows, you look at the numbers some people are putting up and teams are sitting with like barely 500 or losing records. It just shows how strong the league is.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy on a lot of the matches that have happened this year. Like, just even in our division, it looked like everybody was kind of just, you had a couple going off, and you look at the other division and Schwartz, there's been a lot of weeks where it looks like every team that week has been splitting their games, so nobody's really getting ahead of anybody. And it just shows the parity of this league on how stacked these teams are.
Yeah, 100%. Oh, great spare there by Anthony, especially with Jesse opening up on the other side here.
Right on cue, we build Jesse up, and
look, for the longest time, Jesse had I think for the first 4 matches they had, his average was in over 350.
Oh, he had a 6 or 7 bagger in almost every one of the games too.
Yeah.
Good shot by Amanda.
Yep.
That's another person that deserves a lot of credit for the way that they've come in too, because, you know, Amanda was managing the Snowmen for their first couple of seasons, and now she's going into a player role, and she's really put in some extra work to get her game up. So that's a good thing to see.
Yep. I could not put that much concentration in like Scott does. I'd probably start thinking about what I'm going to have for breakfast tomorrow. Like, I wouldn't know what to do with myself standing there for 10 seconds.
my issue would be the ball in my hand. Like,
Yeah,
I get that.
Where you have the pocket getting a little bit of sweat going on in there if you're holding it there too long. Like,
I pretty much have to blow in my hand, take a second, and go.
yeah, like I guess it just shows like everybody's pre-shot routine's a little bit different, right? Like,
Oh yeah. Yep.
I've always kind of, I don't know if it's more or less just from my basketball background, but like I've always treated like my pre-shot like a shot clock, and can't be more than 10 seconds because that's a penalty. So.
Yeah.
And some people use the time to like calm themselves and get set, whereas if I'm set and calm when I go up, if I stand there and think about it more, I go the other way.
I'm the same. That's like my thought process. Like I talk to myself before I get up there, and then when I get up there, the only thing I say, I'm like, all right, it's go time.
It depends on what part of the match I'm in. Sometimes you got to give yourself a pep talk up there.
Nah, but even then, I would still give myself a pep talk off the lane, right? I just wouldn't pick up a ball until I'm ready.
Yeah, most of the time it's just like, especially like it's more or less just getting my breathing kind of in a pattern.
Yeah. Like by the time I set in with my ball in hand ready to go, like that's when I take my final breath, basically. Like that's the exhaust, right? Like I said, I mean, good for Scott. Like he's been doing it for 3 games in a row, and he's been 200-300s already, and he's still going at it.
Yeah,
it's what he does, right?
Only took Anthony 3 frames to get a strike. Take that, Gino.
And just to be clear, we got Tommy kind of saying that everyone has like different reactions and etc. There is no right or wrong way. There is your way, and you do it your way.
And that's
Well,
also
there's so many different players that play both sides of the pocket too, right? It's sometimes it's all dependent on where your arm is at the end of the shot, on what your wrist is going to do as well. Like there's lots of different ways to get the same result. We'll put it that way.
And that's what I love about our sport. It's not cookie cutter. Everyone has their own style, their own way of going about things, and most things work. I think it makes it much more interesting.
Mm-hmm.
So Jesse having a bit of a rough start here. Ooh.
Yeah, he's just a little bit, like the first shot was good. Both of the corner attempts that he had, he was a little bit quick, so you saw that he was a little bit off balance at the end of the shot. Just a matter of slowing the feet down.
Let's try that again. That's the best when you balk and then it works out.
Yeah,
because you look so smart and good, and but if you do it the other way, it's you're like. Oh.
If you pick out or if you punch it, if you pitch out or pick, you're like, I should just thrown it anyway.
Yeah.
Not quite.
I tried. Amanda has done quite a number of balks though. If she doesn't feel it, she'll just stop. Like obviously won this game, but in general.
It's a hard thing to do for a lot of players though, like to balk.
Yeah. I know half the time I'm like, I should have. Oh yeah, it's not, my mental isn't there to actually do it in the shot. After the shot, I was like,
I can count on one hand probably the amount of times that I've actually balked. It's just my mind thinks it can correct anything. I know something's completely off, but like stupid me is like, yeah, let's try to force it through.
I don't know if I consider it a balk, but every once in a while, like, because I slide with my first step, if it doesn't slide the way I want it to, I'm like, nope, we're gonna step off and I don't know, chalk it up or something, because this is not gonna go well when I actually go for my third step.
Yeah, if there's something early in my approach, I can stop if I'm like only in my first step or whatever, if I'm distracted or something happens. But if it's too late, I will, if I know if I've stumbled or walked to the right, I'll be like, subconsciously, I'll move my target 4 boards to the right or something and still throw it.
Yeah.
The one time I did try to balk late, I will say it was not in an actual event. It was about 3 a.m. when we were on free fall trying to see who could throw the most sets of aces, and it was at Thorncliffe Bolorama in Toronto, and the ball ended up in the ceiling. So I don't do it anymore.
Well, last time I balked, yeah, you would just leave it at that.
Yep. We'll blame some alcohol maybe on that one. Wow.
Oh, it counted it?
It probably just slapped the string when it was spinning.
Yeah, when the shield was coming down. The last time I balked, I held onto the ball and I followed through kind of towards my face, like up into the shoulder kind of area, and I almost hit myself in the head with the ball. It was less than 6 inches away from my nose.
I've seen a few people do it, where they habitually, and Dave Slappendale from around here used to do it quite a bit, and then hold on to the ball, and then, as not to hurt themselves, just keep walking like past the foul line.
Yeah,
which is fine because it's not a foul if you don't throw the ball, but you also want to make sure that you're not doing it on lanes that have just been oiled or anything.
Yeah, this is dangerous in a different way.
Yeah.
Go private chat here. Yeah, we're just gonna get that 3-pin set up for Trevor. There it is.
Good bounce back at the start here for the Kingpins after a rough
Yeah.
last game.
Yep.
The 3 doubles working.
And then Coral's been nothing but strikes too. She's flexing.
Yeah.
Honestly, keep it like Amanda and Coral are just going at it here, right? Oh, and it counted Trevor's as a fair. I'll get a correction on
Yeah,
that.
they'll correct it.
Oh, Jesse is not having a good time. All right, good half for Anthony. Making it count.
Good side.
There's
Yeah,
too many
he's not off by much now, so I see why they haven't made a change with Matt on the bench yet.
Yeah. Also, there are other people to keep an eye on. James hasn't been exactly.
Yeah, James is being close on a couple of those shots. So I wouldn't be too worried right now with the way that they're going.
No. Handbound for Coral. Looks no. See, that one looks straight down the middle for me, where the other ones were to the right, but then
it looks like it's 3-pin and then it grabs late.
Yeah, it hooks in, right?
Yeah.
These ones look very straight, or at least straighter.
Ooh, almost powered through that one.
Right. The Coral jumps ahead on that one with the open for Amanda now. Not that game is going particularly bad or anything, but 4-bagger is a 4-bagger from the gun. Okay, wait. I think I know what the background is for the Kingpins. It's Area 51.
And that's Vegas.
So
Vegas with Area 51 in the background.
Yeah.
Like, are those alien strippers or something?
No comment.
No comment.
Oh man, Kevin is awesome though.
Yeah, Nogler throws with some sauce.
Yeah, Sean though, he's back in it here. He went head pin turkey.
It's for that little bit of a break last game, I think, helped Sean out. He seems to have that much better rhythm back now.
Go for that little walk in the park and find your way back.
Well, Sean's the kind of guy, he can talk himself down, right? Or talk himself up if you want to really think about it that way, right? Like into it. So. Oh, and Eric there. Oh my God. Yep. Eric is just yelling.
Trevor's just throwing a little bit flat right now. It's coming down a little early.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he has the same oomph in it as normal. Like sometimes Trevor is like wacky waving and play alarm tube man at the end. He's just, but he lets it go and it goes exactly where he wants it to.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's oftentimes when he's throwing well too, that trail leg follows him and gets airborne.
That's what I mean. He's just kind of like he's taking up space, and right now he's kind of just like Kyle said, he's just laying it out there.
So you wonder if the Snowmen had two options whether they would have made a move already.
I am going to put our score back on because
it looks like Matt's coming in for Jesse. That's what I'm thinking.
I didn't last game so much because the Storm Trekkers were so far ahead it didn't really matter. But
yeah,
there's a lot of points there. So they were 5-1-4 after frame 4.
Yeah. And I think most managers kind of, I know I always figure out early, okay, is it counting all the score or not?
Yeah.
And usually between me or John Honeyford's always there for our team as well, kind of to have my back. Usually one of us is watching the score pretty good.
Yeah, 100%.
Good job, Amanda.
Yep. Coral with a big half. Wow. 155-4. That feels good.
And as we mentioned, this game's big for both teams, right? To separate themselves from 500. Kingpins 28-28, and Snowmen 37-35. Big difference being several points over 500 than chasing. And with many of our games today, this is almost a 4-pointer, right? Because whatever you give up, you have to get back from that team later in the season.
Yeah.
Scott was, I think, way too quick with it. He didn't actually get the throw. He didn't get the arm extension back like he usually does.
Yeah, it was just the timing at the end because you saw he kind of had that step out after he threw it.
But like you had mentioned, Kyle, James really putting the marks together here, right?
Yeah, like he wasn't off by much in 2 and 3. Like it barely missed, so not too worried about where he was at with the shot. Kevin's usually pretty consistent on the middle, so
yeah, this is his first pickup, really, and that's the yeah.
Yeah, like the only thing I'm seeing right now is just Trevor's putting it down a little bit too soon, so it's not getting the rotation that he needs, and Jesse's just a little bit quick, so he's not getting out in the right spot.
Mm-hmm.
I'm assuming this will be a bomb from Trevor, though.
There's the leg. Yep.
He doesn't have too many frames in a row where he's going to throw a crap ball.
Yep. Oh, and Sean snags the side of it for a ham bone.
Ham bone.
A little bit of a slider there for Sean.
Left pocket.
All right.
Good frame heading into the break for the Snowmen. Two strikes and 2 spares to count. 503.
Yeah, and the Kingpins are, again, their marks are not counting, so we'll do some quick math right at the end here.
624 right now.
I'm going to see the math real quick.
I'll make it a little more.
Plus 60 to whatever Eric they have.
Made an attempt.
All right, so like 648.
Yep.
Okay. 648 to 503. We've got a double and a spare for the Kingpins to the 2 strikes and 2 spares to the Snowmen. I need to scroll.
Cargill is proud to be supporting a truly Canadian sport like 5-pin bowling. We look forward to watching some great competition from many competitors and bowling centres across our country. With hundreds of locations across Canada, Cargill is committed to helping the Canadian farmer thrive. Whether it is selling commodities, getting agronomic advice, fertilizer needs, crop protection, and marketing expertise, Cargill is here to help. So please enjoy this bowling. Thank you.
Financial freedom begins with financial literacy.
Hi, I'm Dave, and I'm thrilled to be a sponsor. My journey began as a teacher because of my deep passion for education. I brought that same passion into the financial world to help families achieve financial freedom. Financial freedom isn't just about having more, it's about knowing more. That's why I'm here to help you make smart decisions with insurance, investing, and lending, all in one place. I'm Dave, and together we'll help you achieve financial freedom.
Okay. Second half. We did it, boys. We're in the final stretch.
We're doing it.
Yeah.
My eyes don't hurt at all from looking at 3 screens.
Just need a fancier screen, and your eyes won't hurt at all.
No, my screens are too big. That's the problem. It's like having a giant TV in front of my face right now.
Yeah, I got it on my curved widescreen, my gaming monitor, so it makes it easy.
Yeah, I've got OBS on that, and then I've got StreamYard on my coding monitor, and then I've got my laptop open for Facebook, and then I've got my phone on for my StreamYard, like my camera and voice.
I'm only going with laptop, iPad, and phone today.
Okay. All right, so we have to be maybe thinking about Jesse at some point here.
Like the first shot he threw there wasn't off by much. It was pretty good. So
we also don't know like how Matt is feeling on the bench, right? So
yeah, and that's what I mean. Anthony's not running away with the game or anything. It's still like, it's a ball, right? It's not much.
And and that's where it's hard as a manager too, because the two guys that have struggled early have averaged 300 this year between them.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So quick side note, I know there was a pretty good tournament in just outside of Sudbury today at Whitewater Lanes, the Buddha Invitational in honor of the late Rene Godin. Congratulations to Lyle Dolph, who came out victorious.
That's back-to-back, isn't it?
I think so. And Aaron Glover, local, he actually just won the YBC Provincials with double partner Lucas Kellaway last week here in Southern Ontario, and is also on the men's team his rookie year for our zone that I'll have the pleasure of coaching. He came second for the second year in a row.
Nice.
So congratulations to Lyle. And some lumberjack content in the semis. Both Sly and Chantal Cyr finished 3 and 4 in the tournament.
Ooh. Okay, yeah.
No hesitation. 5.
Yeah, I saw the way his ball was going. I'm like, oh yeah, this is good.
Oh, that's a harsh.
Oh, that was the definition of a power trap.
Yeah. 10 in the pit.
Yeah,
Still 150 at the
left
half.
side hit, didn't push it over at all. Well, that's crazy.
Yeah.
So one of those interesting scenarios where the two people throwing the best for the Snowmen are both losing their games.
Yeah.
Not entirely by their own fault.
Yeah, just the way it's going on the other side, right? Although Amanda throwing the double here and then Coral going 5-spare, 5-spare, she's, if the trend continues.
Yeah. So 750.
There we go.
Another great shot for Trevor.
Now all of a sudden that one is beginning to switch around. The 2 headpins in a row for Eric. It's definitely given Trevor time to spread his wings and fly.
So where Jesse's got to tell himself, you know what, you're struggling, you don't have much, but you should be getting your butt kicked and you're right in this match. And use that as a positive.
Yeah,
Yep.
There it is.
Yep. Both of them throwing.
Yeah, both those guys are too good to struggle for too long.
Yeah.
Great shots. You knew it. Both players.
Yep. And we didn't know it at the time, but Amanda throwing that strike, Cole actually needed that strike because you can see now the 192 to what is effectively 220. But Amanda has that extra ball.
Yeah, in that match, whoever throws the next best shot will take the lead, pretty much.
So Matt coming in here for James now. I just saw him step on the lane, so. Okay.
Yeah, Matt's a solid player as well.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
And again, possibly with, as well as Jesse and Trevor both played this year, holding out as long as possibly could to see if one of them or both of them could get going.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and like I said, just I guarantee that Mike saw the way that Jesse cleaned in 6, and he barely missed on his first shot. So understanding that it's just a footwork thing.
All right. Let's see there. Great cleanup for Scott. Let's put himself just 20 points ahead of now Matt.
Go with the left side hit. Another strike for Sean.
Right side strike?
Straight.
6-pack.
Doesn't matter, 6-pack.
Great shot.
Let me show you, Kyle.
Guess the wrong side. What a chump.
It's funny,
what a
right?
chucker.
Because Sean kind of knew he got away with the last one.
Yeah,
so
it was that.
You play that game in your head where you're like, okay, I'm on 5 in a row, but that last one wasn't. You want to, you try not to convince yourself to do something different on the next one because you're on a 5-bagger.
Yeah.
But you want to make a small correction off of it because you knew you got away with it.
Yep.
So both teams with 4 strikes. That frame, a great frame. Snowmen with the extra double working. So 880 to 768 by my math.
Yes.
Just cut through that ball. Anthony's ball had to come so close to that corner.
Jesse looked like he spun the 5 on that as well.
Hey, good count though.
Yeah.
All right, yeah. So it was 880 after 7. Steve absolutely had it right. Great ball.
Amanda needs this one to stay within 13, and there we go again. Good for her to be able to do that.
Side note, definitely like did a little spinny spin over the line. Be a little careful with that in the future, though. Oh, the left.
Great shot. Just jumped the corner. Should have been a walk.
I think she thought it was a walk away.
Yeah.
That's the fun at playing at St. James sometimes. Happens on good balls a lot.
Oh, no. So now, just to be clear, everybody's watching, Coral is at 250 right now. So it's like Amanda will finish her frame with a 233. So she jumps ahead in that one.
And again, this theory I have, and I don't have the stats to back it up, but Amanda's shot there, I think that people's spare percentage on corners that they're happy with is markedly higher than on corners that they're not happy with.
Or they think they got ripped on?
Yes. Yes. I think if you throw it really thin or really high and you get away with it, you're like, okay, I'm happy, let's go get this. And I think if you got ripped, especially on a triple where your opponent's already thrown the extra strike, I think you're up there and you're upset about your result rather than being fully focused on making the spare.
Yeah.
I would love to have the stats to back that up, but I'm confident that I'm right.
I mean, I understand the hypothesis behind it, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Make them. Trevor had the hand bone there, right? It's off the board now,
So,
but
yeah.
I think.
Great job by her.
And Trevor proving that sometimes the best moves you make as a manager is the ones you don't make.
Oh, actually, sorry. I don't think he's had the hand bone yet. There you go, Trevor. I got that much faith. He hasn't gone yet. For some reason, I thought they were done, and then I saw Kevin throw, and I was like, "Wait."
You're 5 hours in, Mitch. Well, 5+. We'll cut you some slack.
Yeah, this is. I was on at 8 my time, so make sure everything's ready to go. I believe too much. Oh, it's moving. The 3-pin was moving on the left.
Roasted ham.
The best kind.
It's already given him the spare. Or 7, no, sorry.
Yeah, 7, yeah. And no fixes there.
So 120 to add to the Kingpins, I believe.
Yeah.
Which gets us to 10-15. So a little over 100.
Yep. And 2 giant doubles it down on here.
Match Anthony up 22, ninth frame.
Oh, yeah. He keeps at least that 22-point lead. All right, I'll take this off again because it is no longer accurate.
And Jesse's just, to me, obviously you've seen him throw more, Kyle. He just looks way quicker than he has been in his approach.
Yeah, just a little bit too quick. So if you watch his feet when he's getting to the line, they're slightly a little like they're pointed a little bit too far to the right, which is forcing the backup to come across a little bit more than it usually does. That's why he's getting a lot of the miss.
Makes sense.
Oh, outside 5.
Could come in handy.
Yeah.
If she throws one semi-thin in the right pocket here, that might cut through normally.
Oh, and Scott with the bomb. She would have had it either way, but that was a good ball.
Yeah.
Okay, wow. Kingpins lining up doubles here.
A little later start than last game, but last game Scott struggled a bit early and then found it and then went off the sheet. And of course, as with everybody on the Kingpins were solid the first game, beyond solid, just Gino couldn't get a strike.
Didn't miss the middle much, just couldn't get them all down in one go. Oh, Matt. I think Scott with the double now and Matt with the punching 9 is probably gonna. There's too much separation there.
Yeah,
big shot. Could have a tie in that fourth match if both guys go off the sheet.
Yeah.
Coral though, with an absolute just like her first game was great. And then the second game was a little struggle, but this third game is even better than the first one.
Yeah. One of those yo-yo days.
Yeah, right. Up, down, up, down. Oh, just enough.
Yeah. It's a big shot.
Yeah, those that missed the Kingpins first game, Eric was second last with 306.
Oh, he made that power jump go.
That's the Noggler, I know. Power through.
Yeah. The Kingpins had 4 players over 300. And then Gino had a 213 for a 1536 total.
Gino had 8 corners without a strike.
Yeah.
And then the next game, I think, had 3 more before his first strike.
Yeah. He threw his first strike in frame 15 of the second game. No, there we go. After having 11 corners. Yeah.
Well, wasn't sure he was expecting all 5 to go, though.
Yeah,
no, I guarantee he was. He was probably just thinking about last frame after he let go of that ball.
Yeah.
Bowling sometimes. It's fun.
All right, here we go. What's that?
165 to add?
Yeah, so it's 1180.
Yeah.
1180 coming into final frame here.
No, roasted.
Better shot. So Anthony's just freewheeling for his match. Or at least he should be.
Yeah.
To hit something on this ball.
Oh, yeah. I'm going to get rid of this. Kingpins will take the first game here. That was a push.
mathematically, we've got a 308 for Amanda.
Yeah.
Oh man, Coral is just throwing them.
Yeah, she's throwing some bombs.
Amazing. Oh, come on. What is that? Paired up for a 368.
Solid game for Amanda. It's just hard to compete with 2 4-baggers thrown against you in the same game.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then 3 spares. Not even an open. That was a better ball from Matt. All right. What does Matt have max? 289 or 189? Sorry.
Yeah.
And then we've got 183 already on the side of Scott.
Yeah, 75 gets him to 213. So.
I mean, it's over now. That when Matt got roasted by that right. Great. It was tough coming off the bench there. He basically was all over the middle, right? But
yeah, just not enough rotation on a couple of the shots.
Mm-hmm.
Great bounce back by the Kingpins, right? A huge start to the day with the big 1500 and a win, and then struggled a bit last game to find it, but definitely bounced back here.
Oh, come on. So, like, do you think you would have got that free if the shield didn't come down so fast?
Yeah.
Right?
If the shield had like another like second pause, that 3 was coming down.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Hambone.
So many ham bones this game.
Yeah, like the first game, they kind of had their runs go. They each had one big run, where like Coral, for example, this one had 2, right? And, Eric probably has.
That hurt. Not only did he miss the spare, he missed the count on the strike.
Yeah. Sean has
pretty much hands it over to Sean.
Yeah.
So Scott with the monster first game, a huge finish the last game, and then this game too, another huge finish.
Yeah, he's been there all day playing pretty well. So
Yahtzee. No. Trevor with the chop there. Really needed that strike in order to put apply pressure onto Eric.
yeah, so all depends on get a count and just end it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just hit the side of the middle. Yep.
Snowmen got snowman.
I mean, yeah, the 1161 is not. And then, like Steve had alluded to earlier, there's you know, top scorers at that time because Trevor hadn't started throwing like crazy. Just ran into brick walls on the other side.
It's also just, you know, the Kingpins started running strikes when they needed to in pressure moments, right?
Yeah.
Because when you're looking at it, you had 3 games that were relatively close in 8 and 9. And then just because of the strikes that they were running, just put it right out. So
yeah, and just as we said, demoralizing Amanda and Kevin. Good games, really good starts for them, but both their opponents started huge.
Yeah.
So even though they had good games going, they were behind, and all that does is just put extra pressure on the other 3.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's sometimes it's not much that you can do when you run into a team like that.
Yeah. And standings wise, how rude. Standings wise, this is going to hurt the Snowmen, and a good reprieve for the Kingpins. Snowmen now go to 37-43 on the season. So instead of being over 500 like they came in at, now they're 6 points behind. And Kingpins 19-21 to start the day, and then got it to a huge start the first game, and then they were sitting at 500 after 2 games, but now they're 8 points over at 36-28. So
yeah,
again, huge difference when you win with 8 as opposed to when you win with 7 or 8 as opposed to losing with 0 or 1. It just makes such a big difference.
Yeah. Well, you always want to be taking something out of the matches, whether whether it's 1 or 2, because at least you're getting something out of it.
So Eric pushes them over 1,500 with the turkey to finish. So they've had 2 1,500s today.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh! All right. Let me get is Sean ready yet? It's frozen on the other side. I see that. I don't know if we're gonna get the Snowmen in this time. If they can maybe connect with their phone.
And Sean multitasking big time. Bowler, manager, sponsor.
I know, right?
Everything.
Every possible position. Yeah. They're both not there, so it's just the us show right now.
And that's what I mean. Like, it's can't really say much when you throw a 1,500 and you take 8, right? Like, St. James was there for a good portion of the game, and just you look at the Kingpins and they decided, no, let's turn off that switch. And you had 3 people run 4-baggers at the end of the game. Like, you can't. It's hard to answer, right?
And it shows just how hard this game is, or how it goes, whether in this setting or a tournament setting. The Kingpins come in, throw an absolute monster, and then a clunker, and then come back with an absolute monster.
You heard
what
that,
happened
right?
in the second game? You can't get 1,500 in the second game, but you can get it in the first and 3, I guess. No.
Sorry, boys, my phone died.
That's okay. Did you steal one of the camera ones?
No, I plugged mine in and had to get back in.
Okay. All right.
Stupid phones.
Can you purchase chargers at Schwartz Home Building Center?
They do, but you have to actually bring them to the bowling alley. Thank God one of the girls here had one for me.
And here we go. We got Mike.
Can we hear him this time?
Hello, can you hear us?
Yeah.
Oh, we hear you.
Yeah, a little bit this time.
Hi, Mikey.
How's it going, guys? No, Mike. Much better than his.
So it's a little. I mean, it's loud where you are, but
turn that down. Turn that down.
Remember, it's daylight savings here, so we're mid-afternoon, so it's the center, so we're busy.
Oh yeah.
Just a couple. Looks like it was just a couple of tough breaks when you guys were trying to get on a run there, and they ended up taking advantage when you guys punched and kind of ran away with it, but kind of stuck with the short too, right?
Hey, the job's hit the middle, right? That's the way they tried. Unfortunately, they were trying to take advantage or trying to get a jump, and they squeezed a little too much. So.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I mean,
and die by throwing the ball at the pipe, right?
Yeah.
We wouldn't have known that the Kingpins saved the 1,500 for you too.
Yeah.
We don't usually throw 1,500, so it's really weird to have 2 in one day.
2 in one day, yeah, that's not too bad.
Yeah, we all played well. It was kind of nice. We had a little bit of a. Well, I definitely had a break in the second game.
Yeah.
The reset was good, I guess.
I guess I should have changed my name to Newfoundland or something. Maybe we had a chance.
Oh gosh.
Oh well, what can you say? You throw 3 balls, hopefully you get the good results, but the first one you don't, you do what you can do, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we had our chances,
As we said, Mike, your 2 players that were throwing great were actually throwing against 2 players that had monsters. So even your 2 that were throwing really well were trailing. That puts extra pressure on the rest.
Yeah, it did. We kind of knew it. We knew after the 5th frame that we had to start throwing marks, and unfortunately, a couple guys were struggling to hit it on the side anyway. And as soon as we tried to get it figured out, it was too late.
Yeah. Kingpin just took off.
And we gave you some entertainment. I mean, how often are you going to get someone throw it and launch it like Kevin like that so far and get away with it?
Yeah, I was the only one that wasn't surprised when that chop turned into a strike. So.
Yeah.
Kyle, I've seen you throw them that far down the lane.
Yeah, when in doubt, lob it out, right?
Yeah.
maybe if I start at the arrows, I might be able to get it that far.
I can't lob it that far. We got lob guards.
Yeah.
Mitch knows. Yep. All right, guys. Thanks so much.
Thanks, guys.
Congrats, Kingpin, Beto.
Thank you.
Yeah. I'm grateful it was mid-afternoon. It wasn't an early morning to do this, so that was nice.
Definitely.
Other than that, thanks, guys. It was a good week, good day. Congratulations.
Thank you. You too.
Yep.
Thanks, guys. You did a great job.
Yep. See you later.
Thanks, Sean.
Have a good one, guys.
Have a good day.
Bye. All right. I know Steve's gone through the stats after the big shakeup. Honestly, everything has been kind of everywhere for the whole league after today. So,
yeah.
Dynamite probably not taking as many points as they thought they were going to or wanted to, right?
Yeah, and that's what I mean too. Like the fact that they at least have the ability to bounce back after today because they have games left. It might not be as big of a deal as it would be if you only had like 4 games or 3 games left. So,
yeah, Minto taking a hit with they really could use those points to really secure like an easier last 2 games, basically.
Yeah.
And now they got to push. The Kingpins, like you said, after the first 2 games, they were even. And then taking 8-0 on this one, that just means they're 8 points up now. So
yeah, and the Bombers getting a nice start to it as well too. Like taking those points help them out. I know DB was trying to downplay it a little bit, but you can see the light coming through the clouds a little bit for them, and it's a little bit of pressure off. So
yeah.
Oh, they knew it was especially one and done, your focus is on, and you know what it's going to do to you in the standings for sure.
Yeah.
And then, Storm Strikers pulling themselves out of the weeds there to pass the Northern Knockouts by 0.5.
Yeah, and good for them. Like, it's a solid team. It's rough start this year getting acclimated, I think, too, and they had some good scores thrown against them. But we saw toward the end of the year how good they are and how good they probably will be moving forward.
Yeah, 100%. Thanks, guys, for joining me today. Caught up a little bit there, and then we talked a lot at the end, but kind of what we do over here, okay? Yeah. So I'm going to run one more commercial break, and thanks, everybody, for joining.
Yeah. Have a good one, guys.
Have a good Sunday. Bye.
Cargill is proud to be supporting a truly Canadian sport like 5-pin bowling. We look forward to watching some great competition from many competitors and bowling centres across our country. With hundreds of locations across Canada, Cargill is committed to helping the Canadian farmer thrive. Whether it is selling commodities, getting agronomic advice, fertilizer needs, crop protection, and marketing expertise, Cargill is here to help. So please enjoy this bowling. Thank you.
Financial freedom begins with financial literacy.
Hi, I'm Dave, and I'm thrilled to be a sponsor. My journey began as a teacher because of my deep passion for education. I brought that same passion into the financial world to help families achieve financial freedom. Financial freedom isn't just about having more, it's about knowing more. That's why I'm here to help you make smart decisions with insurance, investing, and lending all in one place. I'm Dave, and together we'll help you achieve financial freedom.